7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug, open up your YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and then you can see Lex Luthor talking to the Nipper school monitor. John Scores, Run TMC 50, and Nikolai from St. Chuck, and that's Dat Zulu. Am I correct on that? He's switching names daily, Jackson? Is that what he's doing now? Because that's your favorite Twitter account?
I don't keep track of...
But you did say that's your favorite Twitter account.
Well, favorite... Sometimes those lines get blurred.
Blurred lines? Was that Robin Thicke and Pharrell and T.I. and they got sued by Marvin Gaye's estate? Am I correct on that?
I think so.
And Emily Ratajkowski was topless in the video. Is that right, Doug?
No, that seems right.
That song didn't age well. But no, he's not one of my favorites.
You're mad at the song Blurred Lines?
I'm not. Well, I think Society is pretty...
Society's down on it?
You should head to genius.com and read some of the lyrics and then see
Martin, head to genius.com and read some of the lyrics of Blurred Lines. That is your assignment.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
For today. My name is Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers loved that rascal Puff. He is on the ones and the twos. And Chairman Kurt is manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And then you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. And then you can open up the YouTube app. You type in TMA STL. Doug, we got to 6,200 subscribers on the TMA STL channel last week. And now you can make it 6,000. What would you like to get to this week? 6,250? Can we go up?
Well, yeah, let's shoot for that. That sounds like
6,250.
50, okay. Nice round number. Yeah.
So subscribe to the channel, and then you can get in there and talk it over and see what's going on. Doug, there's so many things to choose from as far as the lead goes. It's a Sadie Hawkins for the ages. The Blues were able to pick up a point out of 4 possible.
Right.
And the building was buzzing on Saturday.
It was?
The room was buzzing with... indicting quotes and sound bites, which Jackie Papers has prepared for you from, in particular, Justin Falk. Missouri and Eli Drinkwitz, what's going to go on with that particular decision, which I would imagine is probably just 14 days away, in that range, maybe even less. And Jackson's guy, Shane Beamer, was fist-pumping at halftime into the College Station locker room. And then, unfortunately, former Rams wide receiver Mike Furry, who is the South Carolina offensive coordinator in replacement of Mike Shula, who was terminated, decided that they were not going to score a point in the second half. And so Jackson's guy Shane Beamer became the first SEC coach to ever have a 27-point lead and lose the game in conference. I mean, I don't know. The Chiefs lost and they're our team. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it's probably the Blues.
Jackson, do you agree with that?
Yeah, probably. But, I mean...
Joy Vitale said it wasn't over after 16 games, that the team and players don't say, yeah, it's over after 16 games. I'm just wondering, after 19 and the way they've played, if guys are kind of saying, I don't know if this is going to turn around.
Boy, based on what they were saying after the game,
I kind of wonder if this is going to turn around.
How about Jeremy Rutherford, who takes 2-part questions on Wednesdays in here at 9 o'clock, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Now, I know in the Post-Dispatch, the writers of columns, at least back in the day, I don't know if things have changed, Doug, we call it a consolidation in our industry. That's what you want to call it.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
There are unique opportunities available
for exposure.
Go find them.
All right.
The barrier to entry is nil, but I don't know if Jeremy Rutherford writes the headline, but the column certainly reflects the headline. The Blues are just a bad team, and no more examples are needed to prove it. I mean, he came out a blazing.
Boy, he really did.
Saturday night's what almost was a shutout, and then Broberg got a goal late, but it did not distract from the Boo Birds and what was a rather lethargic stretch in which they went nearly a full period without a shot. Saturday, they went nearly 19 minutes without a shot on goal and would have been shut out if not for that late goal.
Well,
they
found a way
what's
to
wrong
make
with
it.
The Blues? Everything is what JR.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right.
You were there Friday, Tim.
Yes.
Was the disappointment palpable in the building? 'Cause you had Doug, they had the 2-goal lead.
Twice.
3-1.
Don't want that.
And then they gave it back. And then they had the 2-goal lead, 5-3.
Twice.
and gave it back.
That's right. Yeah, well, as you know, Martin, on certain games that the Blues play at home, they are only 2-period games. So
Okay, good.
I left after the second period with the two boys, 8 and 3, Doug. And so...
And they're okay with that, or
well,
3-year-old doesn't know
completely
yet?
Oblivious.
Okay. His brother doesn't tell him.
No, he respects the omerta.
Okay.
Yeah, that was rough. Going up 5-3, 5 minutes in. Went home and watched it with the boys, and then all hell breaks loose as they give that one up. I think what was even more disappointing was the lackluster effort on Saturday, and that's where Justin Falk, I mean, he laid it out. It's a damning soundbite. Papers, you got that for Doug's listening pleasure?
Yes, please.
Yep. This is him talking about the life kind of being drained on the bench.
Hit the lever, please, Charcoal.
Earlier than we wanted to, probably the start of the second when they came out, got an early goal. The life on the bench and within the group, definitely. To be honest, there wasn't a ton, and it kind of got drained after that, and ultimately kind of played the rest of the game on autopilot, it seemed.
Okay.
I know that audio might have been, it sounded like he might have been like talking into a pillow.
Yeah, it was muffled.
But for the record, here is what he said, and that is not Jackson or anybody's fault. It's just the way that it sounded. The life on the bench and within the group, to be honest, there wasn't a ton, and it kind of got drained after that. That was the goal that made it 3-0, 36 seconds into the second period. Ultimately, we kind of played the game on autopilot, it seemed. Oh. Oh.
Not what you want when you're fighting for your lives. And we're close to the quarter pole at this point. They played 19. It's almost a quarter of the season. And apparently this is who they are. It's not a fluky thing. It's not a couple of bad breaks here and there. This is who they are, tied for the cellar with Nashville. And I don't see any real signs to think that things are going to turn around anytime soon.
When they had the homestand, we said, all right, now you got a homestand, 4 games, maybe pick up 6 points. Here we go. Now they've got a road trip. Don't play a home game between now and the Friday after Thanksgiving, in which people return to St. Louis and rekindle old flames for light hand play. And now we're saying the road trip will provide a chance for them to bond.
This is what they really need, Doug, is to get out
Time
on the
away,
road for a little
yeah.
bit, for a week and a half.
Hold my rights. I'll be right back.
They've played 19 games, to your point, Doug. Nearly a quarter of the season. They have won 6 times.
Even his quote was low energy and on autopilot. That's from Just Don't Press Push.
Well, there is plenty of blame to go around. The Stars aren't producing much offensively. The defense has obviously had some problems. And the goaltending has been bad. I mean, I think the narrative coming into the season was that they've got one of the best goaltending tandems in the league. The reality is, in terms of save percentage, Bennington is 49th in the league and Hofer is 50th in the league. You could make the argument we got the worst goaltending in the
They've
league.
given up the
poll for
most
teams,
goals.
you're not supposed to provide data that goes against the team. I learned that last week by providing Eli Drinkwitz's record against teams with winning records in the SEC.
Okay, well, sorry.
Yeah. That's good for you.
But
my Instagram comments under that post are now engaged with Big Ten and SEC people fighting. And they're also fighting over the Ohio State bowl game, Martin. I had to let you log in and enjoy it.
Boy.
Yeah.
Now, where do I'm on genius.com reading
You
about...
got the lyrics.
Well, if you were wondering, we have Teddy Swims breaking down the meaning of bad dreams. That's available.
That's not bad.
Louis Tomlinson gets lost in attraction on the new song Palaces. It's all about lyrics, Papers. It's actually my kind of site.
You never
But who's
heard
got
it? You
the
never
time?
heard of Genius?
I have never heard of
it's awesome.
genius.com.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, Tim, I will check out your Instagram post to recap.
Well, I don't know. Was that Jackson or Chairman Kurt? Somebody posted the clip of...
That was me.
That was you. Okay. And then, what is it called when you're a gift depot, but then I'm tagged in the post, and then I'm a
collaborator.
Collaborator. But in reality, I just hit OK and then go back to seeing if Ella Reese has posted anything.
Right.
And so I am in the comments, and every time I open up my Instagram to see what Ella Reese is up to, I get notifications, and guys are arguing under that video.
Yeah.
None of whom I know, of course.
And they're not really arguing about what's in the video. about other stuff. It's kind of turned into like a Reddit thread for college football discourse, and that's the goal.
Thank you. It's such a delicious thing to open up and see guys arguing.
Yeah, right in your pocket.
It started with you pointing out that Eli Drinkwitz had not beaten an SEC opponent that finished with a winning record.
That's correct. Well, I mean, I did it for all of the coaches. That's right. Because I wanted to get some context on it because I didn't know. But then I became the bad guy for doing that research. But it's all some Missouri fans.
But it's all based on.
But if he leaves to go to somewhere other school, it'll be a spreadsheet that will be cited to crap on Eli Drinkwitz by the people who didn't like it when it was provided when they thought he was going to stay in Columbia. Do you follow how this is going to work? Good.
I do.
Catching up on how this crap works. You can call in and attack any of us, really. 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then talk it over with Kitty Bates. Nikolai from St. Chuck is there, but Jackson, he's Dat Zulu.
I have no idea. I honestly have no idea.
Heimblum spreadsheet. He's consistent. He doesn't change his name. But he's at war with Carlos Spicy Wiener over volleyball, I think. But Carlos Spicy Wiener is a lacrosse guy, I think.
He played lacrosse. I think he might have a daughter who plays volleyball.
All of that said, Tim, this Saturday, your Fighting Tigers for Coach Drink. Another chance to beat a top 10 opponent.
Here we go.
Another
11
chance.
o'clock. Doug, we'll see you in Norman, Oklahoma, and we're staying at Matt Holliday's place. Is that 2 nights we're staying there?
I think we talked about actually doing this. I don't know if he was receptive to that.
How far is Norman from Stillwater? I've never had the opportunity.
It's a ways, I think. I bet it's an hour and a half at least.
If you
he's probably got a helicopter.
Map of Oklahoma, do you think you could pick out the shape of the state? Could you point to Stillwater?
I believe it's in the northeastern quadrant.
Oh, well, then there we go.
That's
as close as we can get.
Tulsa is like on the eastern side, and Oklahoma City's in the middle.
And we could go to a Thunder game after going to...
We sure could.
Now Papers is in.
That'd be great. Did you see the Matt Zenitz report that came out last night?
Doug, Matt Zinich.
Who the hell is Matt Zinich?
Matt Zenitz.
Who is it?
He's a writer for CBS Sports. And he tweeted that there's early optimism that Missouri quarterback Bo Prabula may be able to return to action and start when the number 23 Tigers face the number 8 Oklahoma Sooners on Saturday.
He was out there for pregame Saturday, running around,
no ankle brace,
fine.
Nothing. Gabe was like, I guess their injury report comes out in 10 minutes. And
there was about to be an indictment.
I was like, what the hell? But yeah, that's early, possibly Bo Prabula being able to play. I don't know.
Well, if he can play, I'd put him out there. What the heck? Season's almost over. What are you saving him for?
He might want to save himself for next year wherever he's playing.
You seem ambivalent about the whole thing. But
I actually think it's a great debate. If you're Mizzou, do you want to keep the kid out there? Get him the important reps.
I don't know.
And I guess they asked Drinkwitz about Bo at the end. They said, it's for another day or something. It was
everything's for another day.
Shut down.
Colonel is getting ready. Colonel and I were texting yesterday. Colonel is getting ready to go into tomorrow's session, and he's going to ask about the coaching thing. I mean, that's really the story, as Gabe said. So I'm not violating the code. He texted me on Saturday morning. He's like, in the 6 seasons Drinkwitz has been here, this is the least interested I've been in covering a game. And I'm like, I get it. It's kind of like covering a spring training game. And he said because the story is whether or not he's leaving. And so he's going in tomorrow, Martin, and he's going to ask about it. So there you go.
All right.
He is going to ask about it.
Well, because other coaches have talked about it. I guess Mike Elko's extension became news on Saturday.
Right.
But then the media was told by the communication staff no questions about.
So they bully people in College Station, too?
I think it's a college sports, especially football thing.
Yeah. Yes. But at least in College Station, you're relatively close to Houston. You know. You're not going to be able to bully people in Philadelphia.
If that Temple coach is thinking about leaving, they're going to pepper his ass.
He's got it coming.
Oh, God. Drink versus the Philadelphia media market.
Oh, give me WIP piped into my AirPods all day.
Yeah. We might just need to have a correspondent on the ground there.
I wonder how much they cover it, though, the Philadelphia media. They got plenty going on right there in
Philly.
Philly.
That's far from
That's a long way
Philly
away.
and Pitt. Penn State, middle of nowhere.
Frustrating thing about the Missouri situation is they're one good play in the Vanderbilt or Alabama game from being 8-2 and probably ranked 11th or 12th Be looking at the playoffs.
That's fair.
They're that
However,
close.
as you were the one who would point out more than any of us, they went into the fourth quarter and were trailing Kansas. Same thing against Jackson's guy Shane Beamer. And if Auburn didn't have a kicker with a health problem, they don't even get to overtime against Auburn. So, I mean, he has 3 kicks, so it cuts both ways.
Yeah, that's for sure. You could look at it that way, too. But trying to be optimistic and thinking how close they came to actually getting into the playoffs, that's what's frustrating to me.
But if you were Mizzou, and if you had, is it a slam dunk? Bo Prabula is healthy, that he's the guy? I guess he was your starter.
Oh, I think so. I think
because the other kid's a freshman. Even if you can't really think about next year, you got to win as many games as you can. Even though in the big picture, does that really matter? Because you're not in the football playoffs.
Prabula just throws the ball so damn hard all the time. I just don't know what the hell's going on with it.
Prabula is a senior, so that means he could have 3 more years left at Mizzou, the way the current rules state.
I think he for sure has 1 more year.
1 more year after his senior year, of course. I think he's better than Zollers, and I think the Missouri coaches certainly think he's better than Zollers, because when they were unbeaten there for a while and very much still in the playoff hunt, they still had Prabula playing, and I think if they believed they had a better quarterback sitting on the bench, he would have been in the game.
How about the miracle recovery? Didn't you think he was done for life after the Vanderbilt game? They just said out for a while. I guess they never really gave a true breakdown. I believe the quote was out for a while.
Yeah. It must not have been a complete dislocation of that ankle.
The biggest frustration, according to the Francis Park Mermaid, I knew we had a few mermaids at Francis Park in that lily pond. The biggest frustration is the year they actually had a legitimately good team was the year before playoff expansion. That's from the Francis Park Mermaid. I would agree with that. Missouri, without question, was a top 12 team in 2023. I do not believe they were in 2024. I think they have a top 5 defense in 2025, but they have a bad passing game. They have a great running game. Saw that certainly on Saturday night with Ahmad Hardy picking up 300. Gary Danielson, who is enjoying CBS's contract with the Big Ten because he got the Penn State-Michigan State game in that 2:30 slot, which I'm sure CBS has just got to be thrilled with. I mean, that's big. Okay, There's my players. You got Michigan State and Penn State in that spot. Granted, on the other one, you got, Alabama and Oklahoma and at night Texas and Georgia. But, God, if you can get Michigan State and Penn State. This is what Gary Danielson was asked about, since they don't really talk about the games that he has to call now because they're ass.
Hit the
Did you
lever,
not have
please,
that one
Pale.
paper? I thought I sent it to you, and I apologize if I could.
Hit the lever, please.
Gary, one of the things that's made you the GOAT is you call it like you see it. Evaluate the college football playoff. What have they gotten right, and what would you change if you could?
Boy, this is kind of a tricky question. I was never a 4 guy. I thought that was just not fair to conferences. I think it led maybe to the downfall of the Pac-12 and really made it tough on different conferences to be left out. But I think we're almost there. I think 16 is the perfect number. We would have more teams alive, but I would go 16 under one circumstance. The first 2 rounds have to be home games for the best. They should reseed in the first 2 rounds. Number 1 should play the lowest ranked team, and I think it would be perfect.
I like it. What do you think about that? And get rid of the conference championship Saturday.
Please.
You agree with me on that paper?
Because it could be detrimental to your season. You could lose that game, and that would be what knocked you out in a team that didn't have to play.
I don't think they will ever do that in the SEC or Big Ten anyway because of the money involved in it. But if memory serves, isn't that where Carson Beck got hurt last year against Texas?
Yep.
And then they had Gunnar Stockton.
Right.
And then Georgia was not the same Georgia team with Gunnar Stockton coming off the bench, as can be the case, of course, when you lose a quarterback. This is not a Missouri thing. It happened in Georgia, happened in Texas Tech earlier this year. Their only loss came when Baron Morton wasn't healthy and didn't play against Arizona State. So with regard to what he's talking about, give me Ohio State. I don't know who number 16 will be on that weekend. Then the following weekend, you have your round of 8, and then you get down to the bowls, round of 4, and then you got your championship game. glorious.
If you think about all the years of college football, all of those games, as exciting as they can be, really didn't mean anything.
Right.
Mizzou beat Oklahoma in 2010. It was outstanding. They were ranked number 1 in the country. A lot of fun. Did it lead to anything? Did it have the significance of a playoff game, which you get in all these other sports? You go to a Cardinal playoff game, you'll remember that forever. Blues playoff game, there's something different about it. So if you have the chance to have more, we saw it last year and said, wow, this is what we've been waiting for. We didn't know.
Especially the on-campus ones.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The on-campus opportunity to have a game that decides your season as opposed to, hey, we're playing Alabama in October. It's huge. But really, you lose. It doesn't mean your season's over. Now these games are playoff caliber, which we've never had until last year. I think the more of those, the better. And 16 is probably about the right number.
And it also rewards because right now it's like, okay, we got a bye, that's great, but now we don't get that conference, that home game. And then those conference championship games, I just don't think anybody really cares. Nobody's I don't know who's going to play in the Big Ten one seems like it's inevitable, but it's not officially determined yet. And the SEC one is up for grabs, but in a way, I'm sure the teams that know they're going to go in and don't have to play in that game are probably fine by us. We had no problem with that. So give me Ohio State against whoever number 16 would be, operating on the premise that Ohio State finishes 1. Indiana versus 15. Whoever 3 will be, operating on the premise that A&M still stays there. Would imagine Georgia would be 4 now by virtue of the head-to-head with Ole Miss, and I would think they would be ahead of Texas Tech, but who knows? I don't know. After beating Texas this week. Can the Texas thing be over?
No, I wish they'd stop talking about it.
What in the... I have, for the life of me, if you just look at record, okay, but God almighty, they're so far... I think...
Is there a path for the Longhorns?
What in the hell? Yeah. The manipulation of the hashtag eye test to get ESPN, the teams that they want in there, phenomenal. God almighty. I think they're a hell of a lot closer to being below 500 than they are to being a playoff team.
Yeah, they just barely got by Kentucky and Mississippi State.
So now, with Georgia blowing them out, I would think that puts that to bed. But Texas A&M doesn't have a whole lot to play for. I realize it's a rivalry game, but they're in no matter what now. And they got to go to Austin. So if Texas beats Texas A&M, keep an eye out for the Texas deserves to go in with 3 losses, even though they've got 2 overtime wins against 2 of the dregs of the SEC.
I think is that they gave Ohio State a good game in the first week of the season, and I guess everybody got the impression then, Texas is good. And it's hard to shake that.
Well, I think they had that built-in bias, right? Because they were the number 1 ranked team in August. So now all these people, I think, who are the pundits, too, are still sort of stuck with that narrative that Texas is really good. Mm-hmm. And yet if you watch the whole season, you'd say,
no. It's just because they were beating up on Vanderbilt, but then still had to hold on for dear life. I mean, what in the hell?
No, I'm saying the people who believe I think they're dug in on it.
But for the life of me, it blows me. It just speaks to the brand, because if that were, take your pick of a variety of different schools, I mean, almost 95% of the schools in the Power Four, I can't imagine people would be talking about this. You're welcome to give your thoughts, 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. You're also welcome to call in, 314-974-0101, Callier and Thompson phone lines, and then talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. And Michelob Ultra is a longtime sponsor of the Morning After, and we are grateful for their support. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it with Michelob Ultra. 183 people are already in that TMA STL YouTube chat this morning, brought to you by Michelob Ultra. On the Stiefel dossier, Chris Kerber at 8:15, Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. That's all coming your way here on TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN. 2025 professional sports in St. Louis.
Billikens are unbeaten. How about that?
Great
Here
win.
we go. Here we go, Bills.
Great win. That was like a 25-point win. And then who's your guy who coaches Grand Canyon that you don't like, Jackson?
Isn't it Bryce Drew?
Yeah. Was he the one who had the basket against Ole Miss? Was that in March of 1998 and Valparaiso was a 14 seed?
Ole Miss, maybe they beat?
Hottie Toddy, number 3 seed?
Why do I hate Bryce Drew?
Oh, I thought you hated Bryce Drew for some reason.
That'd be a weird,
There's a possibility.
You hate a lot of coaches.
That's why.
It could be.
You hate a lot of
to refresh
coaches.
my memory.
I wouldn't put him on the list.
Pulls all. It puts in the bench, and then Drew keeps his starters out there.
Oh, yeah,
and they
that's
go on like a 12-0 run, and so the score looks a little deceptive relative. I mean, it was an ass kicking.
Yeah, that's all I said. I hate that move. Well,
And
we're
then-
not going to lay down. Get out of here.
No,
So it turns out you do. hate him.
Well, I don't like that move. His brother's the coach of Baylor, right?
Yes.
Scott Drew?
Well, you talk about Baylor.
And Homer Drew went to Webster.
Homer
dad.
Drew?
Who coached Valpo.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
He's the father of all these sons.
Got it. He's the father
From
of
the
patriarch.
brothers Drew.
And then friend of the program, Josh Schertz said there was a goaltending call like right at the buzzer on his son's what would have been his basket, and had he challenged it, they would have gotten the Shake Shack deal that they have. Remember he was
Right.
telling us about that?
Right, he scored 80 or
Yes.
something. Yeah.
And he said he really regrets not challenging it because it cost A, his son a basket, but B, more importantly, the Shake Shack. Telling you, this Billikens team, Doug, might have a little something to talk about here.
There's a legitimate chance that they go into Atlantic 10 play with a 12-0 record.
Billikens.
You look at the rest of their schedule.
Billikens.
I don't know how good some of these teams are, but they don't sound very impressive. Purdue, Fort Wayne, Santa Clara, Loyola Marymount, Central Michigan, San Francisco, Bethune-Cookman, New Hampshire, Principia. I think they could probably win all
Playing
those
high
games.
school teams now?
Sounds like it. Maybe 12-0.
Warsowitz Wacko just sent in an image. Did you see him on?
I did.
And he says he has a picture here of what Kai was wearing, Sweet Kai. And the picture on the shirt, Doug, it says, "This was the only shirt I had with no," and then it's a word I can't say.
Don't say it.
Because of the Federal Communications Commission, and we all have great deal of respect for the commission. But this was the only shirt I had with no blank on it. And this was taken... Is that what Sweet Guy was wearing?
I'm trying to find it. Is this in the text inbox?
Yeah.
Wearing where? To the football game?
Yeah.
Worston Woods, Wacko.
What was Sweet Guy wearing?
Goofball thing this guy put on there.
Well, another guy Papers is friends with at a construction head, said hi to Doug.
Right.
But he's not on the construction team.
He's not. For whatever reason, I can't get this text to pull up, so I don't know. Whatever it was, he probably wasn't wearing that, if I had to
You
guess.
don't like Bryce Drew or the Worsonwoods Wacko?
I like Worston Woods Wacko more, apparently. If Bryce Drew keeps
Keeps his starters in.
yeah, that's such a lame
Yeah, I think it was
move.
11-0 or 12-0 run. Otherwise, the Billikens would have won like
lame.
78. Yeah, it would have won like 20-plus points. It's a
Let's
great
have
win.
some respect here.
Are we talking about Bryce Drew or Worsonwoods Wacko?
Probably both,
All right.
but certainly Bryce Drew. I can't find a picture, so probably not. I would bet that my buddy Kai was not wearing that.
But you hung out with Sweet Kai.
Yeah, of course. I went down to the...
What about Mark?
Yes.
Did you spend the night at Mark's?
Yes.
What were you wearing?
Mark keeps his house cold, so I was in full regalia going to bed, which sucks.
Full regalia. Like a full Mizzou outfit?
Like what I wore at the ball game.
Oh, my God. Address the real issues with the Blues. First, Tim, did you get White Castles after the game? And second, what is up with that horrible stash Joey Vitale has rocking? Doug, that's Lady Sonia's teacup. We'll have to wait until Friday unless Joey creates a Twitter account and issues a statement regarding his... Do you say mustache or mustache?
I say mustache.
I do too.
Oh, I see now what Orson... No, that's not what he wore. This is not what he wore.
Is that from Columbia? Was there a girl running around in that shirt?
I hope not.
Because I got to be honest with you, it's the only thing that would have gotten me to the Mississippi State game, but I would have gone down there to see that.
Yeah.
And no, we did not get White Castles after the game, but my 3-year-old got a puck and that made his evening. It was super fun. Couldn't have been funner. Boys' night out at the Blues game, Doug. Drinking scotch, smoking cigars, chasing ass. What else are you going to do?
And someone threw a puck over the glass, too.
That's right. Yep.
Chasing ass, drinking scotch. Boys, Dad will be back in a little bit.
That's right. What else am I going to be doing?
Don't tell Mom. Dad went missing for an entire period.
Do what you got to do, pimpin's pimpin'.
See, there you go. That's what I said to the boys while we were heading down there. And I played golf with that Papers on Friday afternoon, so I had a big Friday. Jackson announced he was the worst golfer in the world.
I said that I don't think I'm the worst golfer in the world, but there's probably not many worse.
How bad was it?
I played like one of the worst golfers.
What'd you shoot?
Terribly. I don't even know.
He doesn't enter
ballpark figure.
He doesn't have a handicap, which can lead you to winding up in the bottom of the river.
Yeah,
in the games
not at that performance.
Right. Well, before we play a game, and it can get a little stout, Doug. And so I said, I will have Papers as my partner because I'll cover his losses. It's the right thing to do. And I don't want to bring this guy out here and then could lose whatever. And now he's stuck with that when it's just a lovely little Friday afternoon, 75 degrees in November, shouldn't have a sweat. And then my buddy, who wanted to put his love on the council and say, I can beat you with him, said, no, F you, I'll take him.
Bad move. It was a bad decision.
And it proceeded to cost my compadre cash.
It sure did.
Look, what'd you shoot?
Not good.
Well,
not
tell
good.
us
Not
what you
good.
shot.
I don't know.
I
It
think
doesn't
it was
matter.
93.
Okay. Well, that happens.
Yeah, I played poorly. I haven't played in forever. It's been probably 5 weeks since I had played on Friday. That'll probably be the last time I played for the year.
That's not really poorly. Maybe poorly for you, but for the average golfer, that's about right.
No, I stunk.
Is an 8 or 9 index, that's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I played poorly.
But then you headed down to Columbia and you had yourself a big weekend with Sweet Kai and Mark and this girl with this shirt.
I had a great time out there. I had a great time in Columbia. I had a great weekend.
Look at you.
I had a great
Doug,
Even
what's
though the golf
word?
went sour.
Well,
You didn't have to pay it.
That and it was about the camaraderie and hanging out and enjoying the nice weather while you can.
Amen.
Okay.
That's what it's about.
Sure.
Getting some exercise, walking out there.
Where'd you have libations in Columbia? Eh?
Oh, we did like a little kind of walking tour. Did my Big 12, my favorite spot.
Yeah, that's your spot. That's
Saw
your
it on
haunt.
my
That's your
spot.
haunt.
Stopped by Waddell. Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, did the whole thing. It was
Did you
great.
see Coach Carlton?
I did not. I was looking for him. Didn't see him.
I was in Lauderdale.
Oh, the Huntley of tailgates.
All I saw were cars parked.
What?
A couple of guys in lawn chairs sitting next to the car and drinking. That counts as a pony show?
I guess when I'm not there, they kind of take it easy.
Okay. That's what I saw. Guys parking their cars.
Jackson, compress your irons. Stop scooping. That's in the Nipper School Monitor, who I guess is senior swing.
There's probably a lot of things that could have gone better. So, to really dive into it and break it down wouldn't be great for these airwaves. Didn't go well, but I had a great time.
All right.
A kiss from Tim would make me feel better. That's from the 573. I guess I'll do a kissing booth sometime soon. Maybe around Skanksgiving. Maybe I'll do one.
Is that a real thing that would ever actually go on? A kissing booth?
Years ago.
Like at a carnival?
Long time ago.
You don't think that'd play in 2025?
I don't think it
It's
would.
borderline prostitution, is it not?
Clip that off.
Here's
guess
$1
borderline?
and now smooch me? That's got to
Clip
be.
that off.
I think it was just a real quick peck on the cheek,
But
maybe.
that's
Or on the,
definitional, is it not?
don't say definitional.
It's paying for intimacy.
So at a carnival, Doug, there would just be a little booth,
Going way back, yeah.
and then what? A woman is in there. and
Pretty
you just-
girl, yeah. $1 for
Billy
a
Bob
kiss.
comes up with a buck. He's got all change in his pocket.
How can some guy who majored in golf in college be so bad at the sport? He's like the Kim Anderson of golf. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite.
Fair question. No need to bring Kim into this. But fair point. Yeah, if I think about it too much, I start to really stress out. So how about I, just enjoy the weather? That's what I
And
do.
we should just drop it.
No, I know you guys can talk about it all you want. I just can't ruminate on the issue.
Couldn't sink a putt?
I hit one.
Oh, did you?
Hit one long Tom, but the rest were
Oh, you did?
dreadful.
That was big, actually.
That was a birdie putt.
40-foot birdie putt.
Do you get sideways during the match? Do you enjoy
No.
being out there?
Yeah,
The guy who he was playing with is a great guy and, doesn't really care about the cash. And I think pulled Jackson aside after one particular hole and gave you a little pep talk. Pat on the ass, huh?
Yeah, just talked it over. Good guy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do you get so defeated that you can't even enjoy being out there?
No. You got to compartmentalize.
Okay.
Will you ever play the game again?
Yeah. Probably a lot. Hopefully for the rest of my life.
Look at that.
Just don't want you to get too down.
Stop cake shaming, Papers. That's from Matt in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Right.
And he's currently ranked number 3 in the YouTube chat, Doug, because now there's rankings that I guess Google does. Is that correct?
Really?
That's a Google thing? Mm-hmm. I didn't watch the Colonel's post-game show. I didn't really have much interest in... when Gabe texted me at 8:30 how he had no interest in it, I figured it's probably not going to be that interesting.
Yeah, I don't think
I was out
that
at dinner on Saturday, and I had people texting me during the game going, this is unwatchable. And I'm going, well, I'm not watching it, so I can't tell you. I can't speak to how bad it is, but apparently there were a lot of penalties. And
yeah, the second quarter was really sloppy.
Yeah.
But from an offensive standpoint, there's a lot of fun to be had. First couple drives were awesome. Got to see a lot of Ahmad Hardy.
So Ahmad Hardy is somebody you want to get the ball to as much as possible.
What are you trying to say?
Maybe
Well, against Texas
games.
A&M, they put him in the locker room for a quarter just to take a little break.
He runs a 72-yard touchdown in, and then 2 consecutive drives where bleeding clock would be great. He doesn't touch the ball. I was like, I don't know what we're doing here.
Yeah.
And then he touches the ball right after that and scores a 43-yard touchdown. It's like, maybe we should keep giving this guy the ball. What do I know?
Yeah. He's not only got these really thick, strong legs, makes him hard to tackle, he can also fly.
Yeah,
That 72-yard run, he outran the DBs and the safeties for much of the field.
He said that was his PR in terms of speed. I think he hit like 21 miles an hour.
Yeah. I haven't seen him run that fast. That's the difference between him and like Cody Schrader. Schrader and him have kind of this similar through that first 10 yards, that burst and their ability to stay balanced. Ahmad Hardy has the breakaway speed, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I was there. The second quarter felt longer than the other 3 quarters combined. That's from Edmund's text ringtone.
That's a fact. The first, like minute 11 through 8 of the second quarter was brutally long and full of penalties. Trotter got kicked out. It was hell.
Why do you hate the Rock game? They're 6-0 in Rock games. They get a piece of the Rock.
You hate the Rocks?
I think they're so silly.
What difference
The
does it
giant
make?
Rock M or just the little rocks for the
The
players?
Rock M is fine, whatever. But
You're saying the fact that
the players
players
taking home a rock.
So do the cheerleaders.
I'd be very
Remember
curious.
Steak and Shake was take home a sack? Remember that?
Yeah.
But it was spelled kind of like an
Take home a
Indian
sack?
name? Excuse
Yeah.
me, Native American.
Sack of what?
Burgers.
Oh. I don't know.
Hardy's overrated. He's great against bad D, silent against great D. That's from the 314.
I don't think that's
They
fair.
had good numbers against A&M.
He's certainly gotten healthy on his
That,
statistics.
in fairness, though, was in the second half when A&M kind of said, we're up 21-0.
Yeah.
How do you do?
Yeah.
We'll focus on Shane Beamer.
Yeah, his statistics do get healthier, I would say, against poor competition, but he still has good runs against really good teams.
Hardy is a bad team merchant. That's from October Pontooner.
What does that mean?
Bad team merchant.
Getting, pumping up numbers against teams that aren't very good.
A bad team. Okay.
If someone says something like bad about a basketball player, like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, they call him a free throw merchant
Okay.
because he goes to the line a lot.
I think he'll be an NFL player. I think Hardy will get a shot in the NFL.
I think he'll be back in the Missouri uniform next year, but
But even his yards per carry against Bama, 4.3. Against Vandy, 4.9. I do think they could use him more. I mean, I think even coming out.
Yeah. That was the whole theme after the Alabama
Well,
game.
that's what I'm saying is how do you not see that? That's what I don't understand. You have a guy who has the ability, breaks tackles, can get in the open and finish and break away for a long touchdown run. He's shown that multiple times. How could you see that guy on your team and say, well, we just don't need to use him too much?
Yeah, when you have the quarterback play you have through the air, you got to make sure you utilize it.
that's right, Martin.
Was Kurt actually calling the plays from his picks? It seemed like he was coaching. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood. Kurt, what picks did you have? Did you have a picture with a headset on?
I have no idea what Steve's talking about.
Right.
But you were there in the press box, right?
Yeah.
And how was that experience for you?
It was cool. I was down on the field for pregame warm-ups. That was kind of a neat experience. Got to sit in on the postgame presser. Didn't get a chance to hold Drink accountable at all.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a fun night.
Good. And then you got home early, too, right?
Yeah, I pulled in up to my house around 2:30 a.m.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
But when you get a chance to see the boys beat up on Mississippi State, you do whatever it takes.
That traffic coming back was tough. They had the guys out there doing construction on the roads after the game, like
Oh, really?
at midnight.
Yeah.
The crews were out there working.
Yeah, I had a half-hour stretch where I didn't exceed 7 miles an hour.
Yeah. Between Columbia and Kingdom City, took me about an hour to go that far.
You guys
Still a great night.
Still a great night, it was.
Sorry, Martin.
No, I'm saying everybody could just pile in at Mark's.
Yeah, Mark's.
He had room.
Did Sweet Sweet Kai stay there?
Yeah. Amanda's wife.
What are you trying to say?
Well, the truth.
Seems like you're hiding
data
something.
unless it fits your
Yes,
narrative.
papers, whatever your answer is, it's going to be twisted. Guaranteed.
Mizzou's season is done. Who cares? That's from Katie Woo's burner.
Woo, woo, woo. Katie, woo.
Doug, do you remember Ronnie Woo Woo? The great Cubs fan?
Yeah.
Just walk around the building going, woo, Cubs, woo. That was his
happened to him?
whole shtick.
He probably passed away, but he was kind of old
I
back
think
then.
he
wasn't he?
did. I used to have his number. For no
Let's see if
reason.
he gives surprise guests.
He would be perfect.
Did Chairman get
Second
another
question.
pick with Bo? That's from Starfish Street.
No, but I chatted it up with the 300-yard rusher, Ahmad Hardy, a little bit. I didn't-
One-on-one?
Yeah.
Like a one-on-one interview?
No, just the off-the-record conversation.
Chop
Off
session.
the record?
Chop session.
Wow.
Yeah. Damon Wilson, talked it up with him a little bit.
Like, where were they? In the locker room? You didn't get in the locker room.
I did not go in the locker room.
So where did you see them?
Missed opportunity.
You saw them in the interview room?
This was outside of the football facility after the press
Like
conference.
at my house?
What in the world?
I can't. I think it was my house. Tom Hart shouted out my house, by the way.
You arranged to meet the players after the game
I didn't
outside the
arrange
stadium?
anything.
Was this at Mark's house, which
This-
apparently was a hotbed of activity?
No, I didn't get the invite to Mark's house, but
Mark's house or my house? Which one would you rather go to?
Now, KG feels like his words are being twisted.
No, I left the post-game presser. I exited the facility. There was a couple of guys standing there. I, chatted it up, and one of the players, I don't know who it was, their car got towed. They came out after the game, and their car was gone.
Oh, gosh.
They park in downtown St. Louis?
Yeah.
Lambert.
They're actually towing cars?
That's what the,
In the
that's what
player
the guy
lot.
said.
That's rough. That'd get me to transfer.
Yeah, what if it was Ahmad Hardy? Run 300 yards and your car
I'd
gets
transfer
towed?
that very evening.
There was someone who said that on, I think, the St. Brown Brothers podcast, Amon-Ra and Equanimus. They said, like, they were visiting, I think, Florida State, and he was there on a visit at a game, and his car got towed, and he's from Tallahassee. He was like, this is how they welcome in the kid. So that's brutal. And he ended up going to Alabama.
Yeah, that'd make an impression on you. I sat right behind just a massive Hoosier. Massive
How
Hoosier.
is this not the lead?
He had these giant holes in his earlobes and the little
Gauges.
clear
what they're
plastic
called?
rings in
They're
there.
like the really big ones, like when you go to Hot Topic to buy a band T-shirt.
Maybe. He was
Watching
screaming
Martin on YouTube is
screaming
important.
F-bombs at the refs and smoking
nice.
dope the whole night. Sheepany Christmas.
He was smoking dope in the stadium?
Yeah, right in front of me.
At a Cypress Hill concert?
This was the Mizzou game. 60s.
Why didn't Doug go to the usher and say, I have a fella with the pot, and he's right in front of me?
Look, the police came down and removed a guy, too.
Did you hear any cowbell? Did the Bulldog
Not
fans bring
one.
the
I
cowbells?
didn't hear a single cowbell.
No cowbells allowed?
Did you hear any cowbell? Did the Bulldog
Not
fans bring
one.
the cowbells?
I didn't hear a single cowbell.
No cowbells allowed in, or they just didn't show up?
I didn't hear a single. There was not many Mississippi State fans.
Just a few in the corner there.
Understandably.
yeah,
Yeah.
I get it for there.
A couple hundred of them, maybe.
Wait, did this 40-year-old stand outside with autograph seekers? Was one of the guys he chopped it up with was Timber Fake? That's from Dave with the cauliflower ear.
No, there was no autograph seeking, but,
You got a nice photo.
yeah.
Doug, they were scrapping over who loves Mr. Tim more. That's from Brian Henshin.
I don't know.
And he was able to watch the Missouri game in Columbia because the Colts had a bye week.
Okay.
I would love it if there was a big fight and Doug's observing it and they're screaming, did you see McKernan's spreadsheet? And then start punching each other.
Exactly. Why did he provide that information that doesn't make Missouri look good? I was looking for information. That's all I was trying to do. Alcohol and Cottleville fatties equals fantastic Mizzou fans. That's from Doug's prison wallet. They were from Cottleville?
I don't know where they were. Here's something else that bugged me. You stand in line at the concession stand. You got to get the food yourself. It's just kind of in a tray up there. You don't even order it. You just pull down what you want.
Oh, kiosk season.
Kiosk, and then you take your drink, whatever, and with all this in your hands, then you go up and pay for it, and they announce that there's a 15% tip tacked onto the charge.
They announce it like you don't have the option?
Right.
Holy
And
crap.
they said, well, they told me where it goes to. And I said, okay. So you do the work. You don't even order anymore. You pick up the food, and they give you a tip on top of your bill.
What'd you get?
I got a hot dog and a water.
What, you ate a hot dog, Doug?
Yeah, I was desperate.
They didn't have broccoli at
They didn't have anything healthy, no.
The hot dog make you fat.
Yeah, it will. So I only had one of them.
Nobody fat shames like Mike Lee.
Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45. Chris Kerber at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. Design Air is online at designairservice.com. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. Martin, you just had a brand new one installed.
They were at the house
Friday.
on Friday. Outstanding.
So there you go.
It was, it's an all-day affair when they installed the HVAC unit. These guys were there at 7 a.m.
Did you have
at about
bold and daring Adam?
I had the rugged Joe and his sidekick Joey, I believe,
Joey Duck.
kind of an homage to Concrete Blonde. They did a great job. I didn't know if you were throwing to me for an endorsement, Tim, but I don't even need that cue.
You're a customer.
They were great. Really, I texted Seth on Saturday, the guys, because they really explained everything well. And then the thermostat, it'll tell you you can go to the thermostat, Doug, and you get the temperature for the whole week.
Really?
You can check that thing out. It's unbelievable, the technology they have, the great team that they put together, just totally professional. Couldn't be more pleased and excited to have that new unit up and running, ready for the winter. And if you have any issues at all, designerservice.com is the website to go to just to get a tune-up. Just to meet the team. At this point, we're going to start having a roster. We know.
Right.
Is it Larry?
Joe and Joey now.
Joe and Joey were teaming up for the install.
And this Joe was pretty rugged, huh?
Ruggedly handsome. And then Brian was out there. He was the sales rep, another great guy. They really were following up on the install and couldn't be more pleased with the whole operation. So for all your heating, cooling needs year-round, you know how it is. Just go to designerservice.com.
There you go. Sponsor the email today. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Guys, did your station get its credential pulled because a guy was taking pictures with players? Isn't that an unwritten rule as a press guy? No jock sniffing. That's from the Worst Woods Wacko. And now Brian Henshin, who, of course, covers the Colts and went overseas. I fear KG is taking step one towards becoming the new Strode man. Next thing you know, he'll be going to Cardinals games for the giveaways, yucking it up for a couple innings, and then dipping on out of there. Prayers up. That's from Brian Henshin, Doug. He respects the media credential.
I would love it if right on the credential it said no chalk sniffing. How great would that be?
I was off the clock at that point, and you won't catch me dead at a Cardinals game.
The credential, I don't know if it says no jock sniffing. Back in the day, it said no autographs is what I recall. I don't know what it says now. I'm not a credential guy, but Martin, you probably have all kinds of credentials, I would imagine.
Yeah, I'm probably getting my bag. You want to dig around? I could see if it says no jock sniffing. That would be a great,
I like the idea of it saying jock sniffing with a big red X through it, like smoking.
Jock strap with an X through it.
Harrison's brother Masters just broke his self-imposed strike yet again. Yeah, Martin, you've been able to see your thermostat for the entire week for like 25 years, back on strike. What does that mean?
He's back on strike.
Right.
No, I said the thermostat, it reads out almost like a TV screen. I'm saying the advancements in technology. Mm-hmm. You can do as many things as looking up the weather for the entire week. I could not do that. I'm sorry, Harrison's brother Master. I was not able to get the full weather report on the previous thermostat. The advancement in technology is amazing. Thank you, Design Air.
You want some?
I like it. This is now going to be in the rotation. By the way, the Mike Lee hot dog drop was, that was a 10 out of 10.
That was a 10 out of 10 for placement and caliber of drop.
Thank you.
You're all the Jackson drop haters now.
Yeah.
That's what I just tweeted out.
Yeah, suck it,
Their
Stedman.
holes.
Talk about advancement in technology. A week ago when we had the wedding, we got a really good rate at the Ritz, so we stayed at the Ritz for a night or two.
Look at this guy.
They have
Yeah,
a television that comes out of the mirror in the bathroom. They got this giant mirror, as most bathrooms do, but there's a television inside the mirror.
Nice.
For people who can't even go to the bathroom and take a break from the TV. But it worked perfect.
So eventually,
technology and stuff.
where's Dad? He's in the potty. What's he doing? He's watching the Blues
TV.
game.
I've seen refrigerators with TVs on it, but that seems like overkill, doesn't it?
You couldn't go 5 minutes.
Right. And most
30
kitchens
seconds.
nowadays have a TV in them anyway. You can't even turn your head. There must be a TV everywhere you might turn your head. Good story, Doug. Okay, I kind of liked it. I was amazed by the technology.
Did the Ritz
I'm in the bathroom and there's a TV coming out of the mirror.
Yeah, but you don't want to be sitting on the toilet too long.
You couldn't see it from the toilet. This is just when in front of the sink.
So this is like shaving, brushing your teeth. You just have to see what's on the Today Show.
They are not happy about you staying at the Ritz-Carlton. I mean, they are really not happy.
Well, the rate was incredible when you get like 30 or 40 rooms in November.
Would you rather stayed at Mark's or the Ritz-Carlton?
Ritz.
Mark's is considered the Ritz of Columbia.
Thank you very much.
Yep, that's accurate.
The combination of you guys seemingly needing service every other week, coupled with talking about how hot the maintenance guys are, makes you seem like a bunch of sleazy pervs. I'm not judging, but very excited for the Design Air staff to file a class action lawsuit. Doug, that's from two-time Texter of the Year Arbor Day.
It's just a salute to their workmanship.
You can email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We've got the great Chris Kerber at 8:15, the great Gabriel P. DeArmond at 9 o'clock. I was thinking about bothering that Tom Hart, Martin, friend of the show.
I was wondering if you guys were
Did you hear what he said with about five? You had to be watching the game, and I went back to watch the game.
Was this the Fortune 500 thing?
Yes.
I heard about it. I did not hear it
the
play.
story of Saturday. We'll have that audio for you coming up next regarding Eli Drinkwitz when asked about staying in Columbia by Tom Hart, who was on the play-by-play, friend of the program. That, to me, was the story of Saturday. We'll have that for you coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
You've heard me talking about 1879 Distilling. That's in the barn out back at Village Bar. That's where they make these award-winning small batch premium spirits, Red Barn vodka, 1879 rye. We've been telling you about it because if you go to the Village Bar, you probably enjoy a great lunch, meal, hanging out, watching the game, cheeseburger, best cheeseburger in town. But they have this distillery in back, and now they're making available the tasting room. It's a gift shop as well. It's right next door. It's all part of the Village Bar, but it's open on Saturdays. It's just happened over the weekend. Noon to 5 on Saturdays. If you want to sample some of the products of 1879, you heard me talking about it. Stop by and see. It's going to it's a little bit like a speakeasy, I would say. Just the whole layout there. It's all part of the Village Bar, but it's open now on Saturdays from noon to 5. You'll get a tour of the distillery as well. So if you'd like to sample these great products, make plans to head to the Village Bar on a Saturday between noon and 5, just to the east there. Right there, all part of the same building. It's a really cool setup, small little tasting room, gift shop for all things Village Bar, all things 1879. Find out more online, 1879distilling.com. And again, Saturdays from noon to 5, the tasting room is now open.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Blues off tonight. Back in action tomorrow as they take on Toronto Maple Leafs. You can catch that game right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, here's blurred lines from Robin Thicke, Pharrell Williams, and T.I. And Jackson said in the first segment this did not age well, and then he directed Martin to Genius.
Which apparently is all about lyrics.
The Pharrell beat on it is great. Won't catch me saying anything bad about that. Lyrics can be tough. I just encourage people to go to Genius.
Doug, are you going to explain this to your kids tonight?
I'll probably forget about it as soon as this music stops playing now. What was it about the lyrics that were so
I just encourage folks to go to genius.com.
Where Miguel breaks down the meaning of El Pleito.
Miguel's awesome. One of the best voices in R&B.
Is he one of the techs at Design Air?
Miguel? No. But if there was someone named Miguel, I'd be happy to meet him.
Okay.
Ken Carson salutes a favorite fashion house on the new song Margiela?
Margiela. Mason.
Read all the lyrics to Summer Walker's new album, Finally Over It. It's a pretty sleek website. Pretty accomplished. Thanks, Papers.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay.
It's Jackie Papers over there. He's on the ones and twos. My name's Tim McKernan. On my right is Doug Vaughn, and on his right is Martin Kilcoyne. But if you're watching on YouTube, Martin, you're up in the upper left. I'm in the lower right. And then Doug is on top of me, the way I like it.
Oh.
Chris
And I
Kerber,
always have the-
Stiefel Dossier, 8:15. And you can yell at him at 8:15. You can yell at Gabe at 9 o'clock. But you can yell at us from 7 to 11 the whole time.
And my camera is the one that looks right into the back of the computer screen. So I kind of have that home improvement neighbor look going constantly.
Let's see what we got. HB Card says the HD2 TMA is dead, Jackson. I know you love updating the HD2.
What does he mean by dead? Is it not playing this program right now? It should be.
Oh, does it simulcast this?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Wow. Yep, simulcast here.
And
so.
then at 11 o'clock, it goes back to old episodes. Right?
Yep, sure does.
Well, HB Card says it's not working.
Oh, we can. He says it's dead. Does that just mean like, oh, no one listens to it anymore, it sucks?
Like Swingers.
Or is it like,
Swingers.
is it
this
actually?
place is dead anyway.
Yeah.
1996, Ron Livingston. Am I right? John Favreau? Am I right on that?
Nailed it.
Vince Vaughn was Trent.
Double down, Trent.
Yeah, always double down, Doug.
But if it actually isn't playing something, then we'll need to fix that. So
And you go scurrying down to the HD2 studio because of the
scurrying
volume
would,
of...
it would be the word to use there because I would scurry, and I'd figure it out.
All right. So Kitty Bates or HB Cards, don't worry, Jackson is going to scurry. And he will tend to it immediately. But in the meantime, here is Tom Hart talking about his conversation with Eli Drinkwitz regarding staying in Columbia.
Talking to Eli Drinkwitz yesterday about the future of this program, and I asked him directly, with all these jobs open, this was the lead-in, and certainly his name is on some short lists. I said, what are you looking for? Is it about the money individually? He said, no, I've got the money. It's about alignment. It's about getting people invested in the program. It's about getting the Fortune 500 companies in this state to get behind us. He said, we've got all these Fortune 500 companies. Not a single one advertises in this building. That was a little bit surprising. And that's the kind of alignment you need to continue to be able to recruit and get your payroll. To be honest, that's what it is. Get your payroll to a point to recruit the best talent to allow you to have success in a league like the SEC and therefore college football.
But
So
it
he
sounds
wants
like he
more.
wants to stay, but he's looking for bigger commitment from all these companies. Because it's interesting that he would share that Tom is able, because that sounds a little bit like a conversation they would just be having. Hey, what's the plan? But he was clearly able to share.
That's correct. So Gabe DeArmond said regarding that, Martin, he said, I talked with Tom, and Tom told me about that before the game. He goes, I didn't think he was going to talk about it on the broadcast, though. But
right. But I'm wondering if the answer that Drinkwitz gave is one that he did want out there, which is for these companies to start spending money on Mizzou.
Edward Jones is one of the Fortune 500 companies in Missouri, and Edward Jones is in Faurot Field. You're nodding. You see their...
Yep, I see their advertisement.
So a friend of mine, Robert Griggs, he's a prominent Mizzou alum. He's also a booster, a backer. He sent me an email this morning. He said the companies, this is, I believe, him deciphering, the Fortune 500 companies that are based in the state of Missouri. And he said the CEOs are not Mizzou people, but he believes these were the ones that Drink was pointing towards. Centene Corp, Emerson, Graybar, Ameren, O'Reilly Auto Parts, which I didn't realize is based in Springfield, Missouri.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then RGA, Reimbursement Group of America, Reinsurance Group of America, which is in Chesterfield. So these are Fortune 500 companies. But I'm thinking if Drinkwitz says that to Tom Hart, it's not him saying, I'll never leave Mizzou. I love it here. This is my home. He didn't directly answer the coaching question, more state of the program. And I think that's why he was able to repeat it, because I bet you anything, Drinkwitz wants that out there, that message.
And I have to say, in big-time fairness to Eli Drinkwitz regarding this, because there are people, Martin, who are saying it's the counter to what you're saying. He is going to use that as his escape when he leaves in a couple of weeks, if indeed there is something there for him to go to. Because I typed in Drinkwitz and Fortune 500 to try to find that audio for Jackson, so Jackson didn't have to scour through it, as I know you weren't watching the game since you were there on Saturday night. And I knew it had been talked about at about 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter. And like I said, I think it's the headline from the game on Saturday. And when I typed that in to search this morning, Drinkwitz from December 7th or 11th, 2021, is doing a press conference and is talking about Fortune 500 companies and how Missouri needs them to step up for NIL. So he was talking about it 4 years ago. So this is something that he has been talking about. So for those who may think, as I think some may think, and hell, I don't know, that he is going to use that as a way to justify leaving, he was talking about it when he was certainly not a coach in high demand in 2021, following 2 seasons of, at best, average performance by his team.
Well, it speaks to the whole idea of why does a coach leave? Is it just money? They all make
Resources.
so much. I mean, you're right. They all make so much money. They want to go somewhere potentially where they have a better chance to win. And then that goes back to the money, the investment in the program. And the current climate is if you can spend more, you can get better players. So why would a coach leave who seemingly has a good setup? At Mizzou, there's way less pressure than you would have at Penn State or Florida if those jobs happen to come calling. And again, you don't have to be the first or second choice even to end up in one of those places. Because I know that often what we'll say, why would they want to hire him? Well, what if you're the 4th choice? And then they offer you, well, why would you go? Better chance to win. This is the type of stuff a coach would point to, is they just want to go somewhere where they have more of the resources, so you have a better chance to win. And those are the 6 that, again, that Robert Griggs said, I believe these are the 6. I don't know that to be a fact.
William B. Hung texting in saying, I saw Graybar advertising in the stadium when I was there on Saturday. And then somebody else, then that's from the 314, Centene is in the stadium, so Eli needs to get his S straight. We referenced Edward Jones. And then Steven Time says, Drink knows those companies are not going to advertise. He's going to use that as the reason. He is a master manipulator. That's from Steven Time.
Well, even if he doesn't want to go anywhere, he's probably better off not saying that, because he gets more leverage by letting people wonder, what's it going to take to keep you? Now it's, in his mind, it could be what's it going to take to make him happier here. And that could mean more money coming into the coffers so he can afford better players.
It does seem like a specific beef, though, advertising the building, because you could spend, it's not a huge amount of money if you're one of these companies. I'm wondering if the complaint why wouldn't it be bigger than that? Hey, we need them to lean in more. Sure, they bought some billboards. Sure, they've spent a little bit of money. It seems specific to just advertising the building. If I were him, I'd say, yeah, they're doing some things, but we need them to do more. Because I don't know. I don't have a running list of who advertises in the building. But that's apparently what That's what he has. All these poor soybean people have been spending money for years, Doug, and they just don't get the credit. And then Socket has always been a Mizzou backer. I guess that's internet in mid-Missouri. Socket.
I guess. I'm kind of surprised he doesn't ask the alumni to pitch in more. At least they've got some skin in the game. Why would these corporations feel compelled to have to support one particular university?
And I guess his argument is that they're based in the state of Missouri. And they're multi-billion-dollar companies that are based in the state of Missouri, and this is the state school. I don't know. I
Dan
didn't
is
talk
not
to
a
them.
jackass.
Big news here. We got a big prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. This is the spring training leading up to Seth Goldcamp's $10,000 HVAC system giveaway for January. So you can fine-tune your emails, see what gets through the filtered files, see what gets votes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. 101 ESPN has your shot to score a pair of tickets to see the Blues take on the Bruins on December 9th at Enterprise Center. The first 10,000 will receive a quilted quarter zip featuring the Blue Note on the front and the new STL logo on the back, courtesy of Pepsi Zero Sugar. You can also find a bonus chance to win free tickets to the game at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 app. Tickets for the game are on sale now at stlouisblues.com/promotions. So the winner of today's and tomorrow's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day will receive tickets to the Blues and Bruins coming up in the month of December. Send your emails in for those tickets the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Chris Kerber is going to talk it over regarding the Blues here in a matter of moments. That's coming up on the Stiefel dossier, along with Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. He is presented to you by James Carlton, and then at 10:45, we'll give away those Blues tickets for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. There is your Stiefel dossier for Monday, November 17th, 2025. On the morning after. Brown & Crouppen is the presenting sponsor of the show, founded in 1979. Don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment, knows how to pronounce DePere and Creve Coeur and Spady, a law firm that works in and knows the local court system? That's Terry Crouppen, Andy Crouppen, and Ed Herman. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222, or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA, where they have been the presenting sponsor now for the last couple of years. They've signed up for 2026, and we ask you to support the sponsors. Remember, it's Brown & Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA, 314-222-2222, or go online at brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of lawyers and important decision should not be based solely on advertisements. Chris Kerber joining us next here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, how about some of these reviews that you're hearing from Classic Air Care customers? Excellent job, products and professionalism. I highly recommend. They may not be the least expensive, but they are by far the best, and it's very true. You get what you pay for. They provided a new HVAC system and a new 40-gallon water heater. That's from Ronald P. Or how about Tracy? Chris was professional, efficient, and personal. He answered all my questions. He even traced the source of a water leak that was not related to my HVAC. I highly recommend Classic Air Care. Those are the kind of reviews that lead to a 4.8 Google rating, which tells you one simple thing: you get great customer service when you use Classic Air Care. So with the weather turning and getting colder, even though we had a great weekend, you might have opened the windows, and last night you put the furnace on. Make sure that you've had it maintained. Make sure you've changed that air filter. Make sure that you've gotten online and had Classic Air Care come in and do a system check for you to make sure you're ready for the winter. That's the easiest, most simple, and cheapest way to avoid a catastrophic failure to your system and then have massive and really inconvenient repairs. It's really that simple. It's what they do, and that's why they're that good at it. Classic Air Care. You can book an appointment online, or you can also give them a call, but Classic Air Care has been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And every Monday in the 8 o'clock hour, we are joined by Chris Kerber to give us his perspective on the weekend that was for the St. Louis Blues. And joining us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines is the voice of the Blues. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful, man. How are things with you?
Things are good. Packing for a 10-day, 5-game road trip here, so we'll be going right up to the Thanksgiving holiday and see what some road cooking does for these guys.
I felt like, but at the same time, I think I've said this a few times this year, but I felt like Saturday was a game where you go, oh boy. And I think a lot of fans felt that way based on the play. And then I think it was exacerbated by some of the comments, I guess in particular, Justin Falk, but in listening to your podcast yesterday morning, I felt like Jim Montgomery was very reflective about the caliber of play. Braden Shen, very reflective, but it was Justin Falk's comments that got the most attention, that there was just no life on the bench following that goal 36 seconds into the third period, and that the team was on autopilot the rest of the game. What was your assessment of the play and your assessment of the post-game comments?
I think both. I think their comments felt accurate, Tim. I felt the play deserved the comments. You know, it's been a fascinating couple of games. You know, I look back and you look at some of the great saves that Bennington made the game before, right? And then you look up and there's still 4 goals in, right? Or 5 goals that go in. And, you know, I thought Joe Hofer played a pretty doggone good game in that last game, right? And then I talked to some people and they're like, well, you know, should he have had that Brandon Saad, you know, save? And then I'm like, yeah, but Brandon Saad's like a 9 or 10 times 20 goal scorer in this league. The guy knows how to score, and he's all alone in the slot like he's in an all-star game shooting competition, right? And it's just honestly, it's hard to break down. Yep, the goaltending needs to be better. Yep, the defense needs to be better, and the forwards need to be better. And look, there's a lot of pressure, obviously, for obvious reasons. I mean, no even-strength goals for Pavel Buchnevich in 19 games. I mean, that's unbelievable, actually. The goal totals from the top 6 with Jake Neighbors out hasn't really been, well, isn't good enough. And then look at the bottom 6, though. And in all fair, like, it's guys like, you know, you're not getting production from Alexei Toropchenko. And you're going, okay, well, maybe you're not looking to. Well, a few years ago, this guy had 14 goals, right? You know, there's things like that. You're seeing healthy players scratched because of play or because it's just time to get another guy in the lineup. You're seeing top players I think Jim Montgomery has pulled all the strings he can. at some point I just have to look at a group of players and say, some of it's on you guys to pick each other up. And as cliche as that is in sports, it rings true so many times.
What would you expect Doug Armstrong and Montgomery to do about it, to try to get things turned around before it's too late?
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, we want to have fun with that one, Doug, here a little bit. Here's the question. Does it get too late? Like, if this was a year, now I talked with Doug Armstrong. He said this publicly. Like, prior to kind of the bump that they got last year with Broberg and Holloway and then the playoffs that they had, Doug Armstrong really felt that in his retool process, this year was going to be the hardest. What if it ends up being that this year's the hardest? And I guess, the reason I say that is I don't know that I overreact too much, and I don't know that I look at just shipping a bunch of guys out because things aren't going well right now. I think you maybe still keep in mind that, you're still, yes, you had a good playoff, push last year, but you're still in a little bit of this transition phase. And I go back to it, like, the Tampa Bay Lightning won the Stanley Cup in 03-04. Then there was the lockout. So they didn't get a chance to repeat after it. They made the playoffs the next 2 years coming out of the lockout, 05, 06, 06, 07. Then somehow, and this is the year that the Blues ended up ended up picking Alex Pietrangelo fourth. The Tampa Bay Lightning had the number one pick. They dropped to the bottom. Well, they ended up picking Steven Stamkos, but this is a roster that still had Martin St. Louis, and it still had Vinny LeCavalier, right, and some other players on it. Sometimes that season just may not go the way it's going to go, but at the same time, guys, I think some real deep breaths and almost find a way to do a reset here, because the reality of it is you have gotten 4 games into overtime. Maybe you didn't get the wins, but you have managed to pick up points. That is essentially like 2 more wins. And you're sitting just 6 points out of not just one of the wild card spots. You're sitting just 6 points out of third place in your own division, and you're just going into game number 20. So I think things are very recoverable. And if they don't, I don't know that there's reason to panic, because honestly, if in the end something doesn't go right, you can get a good draft pick. That's fantastic. What I'd hate to see is a move that changes the culture or something like that from a good leadership standpoint. That's challenging. Those are hard to come back from, to be honest with you.
Saturday, to me, felt like a carryover of Friday, like just the disbelief. How did we let another one get away? Because it happened with the Seattle game and then the Flyers game. You had the 2-goal lead twice. And I don't know if you can ever sense that you're around the team all the time, but just that almost they were dispirited coming out of Friday, and mostly because it's happened too many times this season that you could almost see Saturday coming.
It's sort of like they're expecting it now, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, that is what your point there is, Martin. And it is. And that's the part where they got to grab it. So we go back to, say, that comment about, the Brandon Saad goal. If you do get the save there, the team gets the first goal, that may end up being a totally different thing. What you're seeing is shoulder slump. And this is what Justin Falk and those guys were referring to, is you're not seeing that a resiliency in the attitude. And I think part of that is because honestly, except for Jake Neighbors' start to the year, I don't know that you've got another player on this team where you're going to go, I really like their start. Maybe Snuggerud. Dvorsky's come up. He's been solid. Okay, but, the rest of the group, so they're looking around going, how do I get out of this? And it only clicks when it starts to click. And unfortunately, that just comes through the hard work, through believing in the system. And I think it was Bruce Cassidy in his comments prior to that game Saturday. He said, look, it may be early, but if we are playing a fragile team, we've got to jump on them this way. And really what Bruce Cassidy said rang very true.
I see the statistic here where for save percentage in the league, Jordan Bennington ranks 49th and Joel Hofer ranks 50th. Are they just having rough seasons, or are the Blues giving up way too many easy scoring chances?
It's a combination of both, Doug. I don't think you can take the goaltender's play off the hook, just like I don't think you can take any of the play of the guys we were just talking about in front of them off the hook. That's why, it's talking to Chris Pronger at the breakfast with the chief for the St. Louis Police Foundation the other morning and last week, and he's like, it's one of those things where very rarely will you see this where everybody on the team seems to be off, and that's where it is right now. So, yeah, I think I think part of it has been the play of the goalie, and a lot of it has been the play of the team in front of them. I mean, some of the chances that you're seeing, 2-on-1s. That's why. How do you break down Friday night's game with Jordan Binnington? Do you sit there and say, the guy makes 38 saves or something like that in the game. Do you sit there and say, well, you needed to make 42? I guess so, right? But then look at some of the saves he made that even gave you a chance to get a point to overtime, right? So it's a hell of a conundrum right now trying to figure out. I guess, Doug, that one for me is which comes first, the chicken or the egg, and I have no idea.
Yeah, it's hard to figure. It's just the kind of thing that happens, I guess, when everything that can go wrong has gone wrong.
Yeah, really. And, you look at a few things. And again, I think it's worth noting, like I was looking at, some numbers this morning and just kind of some trends and things like that. And then you're going, yeah, but you're only 6 points out. And that's how, guys, that's how the National Hockey League has changed, isn't it? You're sitting there and you feel like you're in a playoff race from game one. And you guys remember, it wasn't all that long ago. You'd be like, okay, you got wins here, wins there against some weaker teams, that kind of stuff. The parity that the NHL wanted when they fought to get that salary cap and lost a season because of it has rung true. And it is, the regular season is a mental grind right now because there's no let up. You lose 2-3 in a row. You're sitting just a couple games under 500 going into game number 20. You've got 3/4 of a season left, and you feel like the weight of the world is on your shoulders. And that's where, to me, someone's just got to alleviate some of the pressure because there's some good players on this team, and I think just the sticks are getting gripped a bit.
Chris Kerber with us here on Mondays on 101 ESPN Blues, heading out on a road trip that will take them through the night before Thanksgiving and then back at home for back-to-back home games. We'll see how things go over these next 5. Kerbs, always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, and safe travel, sir.
All right, Tim. Have a great week, you guys. We'll talk to you next week from the road.
You too. It's Chris Kerber with us here on 101 ESPN. Your thoughts on what Kerbs had to say? 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Then talk it over with other TMA listeners. Open up the YouTube app, type TMA STL, subscribe to the page. And, Doug, your target is 6,250 subscribers this week. We're at 6,200 to start the week. Anything stand out to you from what Chris Kerber had to say, boys?
When he talks about gripping the sticks a little tight, I think at this point the psyche of the team is part of the story. I think going into Saturday, you just knew they had let another one get away on Friday. Binnington had a huge stop. Was it the penalty shot in Friday's game?
Yes.
So there are moments. So there are moments where he's been really good. He did have the 38 saves in the Tuesday win against Calgary, but on the whole, he and Hofer have not been very good. It's not all their fault, but at times that's when you need your elite goaltender to be huge at some of those breakdown moments. So they definitely need better goaltending. It's not the answer to the whole problem. And I think if Doug Armstrong made a move, it wouldn't be to alter. I think what Chris is saying is that this team is still on a good trajectory with this young core that's coming along. Don't do anything to disrupt that. I don't think Armstrong would do anything that would go away from the long-term plan. But maybe you would try and shake up the room a little bit. Even last year when they released Brandon Saad, which sounds like not that big a deal, it's freed up some ice
just
time.
Let go of millions of dollars. He came back and scored.
I think that was symbolic, too. Now, this is Army's firing season, the holidays. He loves to fire a coach during the holidays. It was 2 years ago, Berube got it in December. Last year, Bannister got it probably right around this date. But the one thing that's not happening is Monty's not getting fired. So I think he's got to be creative and find a way maybe to move somebody.
Well, it's pretty clear what they need to improve. They've given up more goals than any other team in the league. They've given up 75 goals. That's a lot more than the teams that are at the top of their divisions. So they're just going to have to tighten up the defense and the goaltending, or you got no shot.
And apparently that Ryan Suter wanted to come back. I know he's 41, 42, whatever he is, but he wanted some guarantees on playing time. You don't want to be 41, 42 and just sitting in the press box. So I'm wondering, and I think they went, you've got some younger guys, you're trying to get into the mix, but I'm wondering if a guy like that wouldn't have made a bigger difference, to have in the mix back there.
That's the Contreras conundrum. He knows he ain't going to play. Company's going to give him that contract, take that money. He wants to play at this point in his career. And I get it. And then you sit there and you look at the issues that the Blues are having. Doug, you cite the 75 goals. God, how can you not be looking around and going, what could they have done? Tim, I will be at the games in Long Island, Madison Square, and the house that Cam Jansen built, and I will not be very patient. As of right now, nobody wearing a Blues sweater is welcome back to Tribeca with my wife. None of them. So that is from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves, who I guess was going to invite members of the organization back to his hotel in Tribeca, but right now, because he's disappointed in their play, they are not welcome back.
So for now, no cuckolding.
Well, maybe that'll shake up the room.
At least he's trying.
Yeah, he's trying something, Mark.
Work, bitch.
How are you guys defending the Blues? What the hell? Falk literally said, "Our team packed it in." That's leadership or lack thereof. Buchnevich is the main cancer in the room. His bad attitudes infected Thomas, and it trickles down. That's from the 314. Maybe in this town song.
Oh, there we go.
I got to be honest. I've been in here, Doug. I used the Little Wizard's room in one commercial break, and I got a refill on water. Here it is right here. But otherwise, I've been on the program for its entirety today, and I don't recall any of us defending the Blues.
I think, in fact, the tone early on was at 19 games, maybe you've seen enough to say this team's not very good. What was JR's line? This team is bad.
Yes, that's what it was. That's the column, Martin.
And sometimes
the Blues are just a bad team. That's the headline.
And just sometimes it's the mix. And it's hard to believe because it's largely the same team as last year. But they did kind of go on an unreal heater there that there was no way to sustain that. But I think the room's kind of, I know this is not a hockey breakdown, but I've talked to people much smarter than me that are plugged in the hockey world that know the game, and they don't think it's that far off. The team is just kind of a quiet group. Your leader, Shen tries, you'll see it. He'll get into a fight with anybody. He'll fight the beer vendor. If he thinks it'll help, he'll try. But the overall makeup of the team, and that falls on Doug Armstrong, and he's got to know this at this point, it just doesn't have any of that kind of edge. And I've said it for years that it just kind of happened. It just slowly happened. Whether Maroon, Petrangelo, Perron, these guys who just kind of kept leaving for different reasons, you just don't have that kind of necessary grit on the team or kind of the pest, or they're just kind of a low-key group. And I do think that translates into how they handle things when times are tough, and also just in the game itself. And listen, they're all highly skilled hockey players. They're sensational, world-class athletes. But I think in that mix, they are missing somebody who can be. I mean, they always had, I'm not just saying personality, but always somebody who would throw a trash can or punch somebody or really would kind of just have that edge.
Some sandpaper.
Yeah, I just think they just don't have enough of that on their roster. It's just kind of a low-key, quiet bunch.
And when you have largely the same team as you had a year ago, a team that was pretty good a year ago, it makes you also question the system. Are they doing something with the X's and O's that are different and causing such drastically different results? And to give up the most goals in the entire league right now, that's a pretty telling stat that you're doing something very wrong.
And a couple people have texted, what about Lucic? And I think that's why Armstrong even knew, like, why he's even in the mix at all as a possible addition. It's not ideal, a guy who hasn't played in the league for a while, but that would fit kind of what I've been talking about. And I think that's the reason why Armstrong would even be interested in him, because he knows that he brings that element to the game.
What's a rob-off means?
Vladdy Tarasenko.
Bring him back.
He went to the Rangers.
He's been all over the league since he left here.
Yeah, Red Wings, Senators, Wild. He played for one team for like 12 years. Rangers, Panthers, Senators. I can't keep track, Doug. Red Wings.
Tervis Parrish sending in a spreadsheet. And again, unless the information suits your narrative, you can condemn the data. But in this case, Tervis Parrish, don't do an Instagram post, because Jordan Binnington is number one in all of the NHL for goals against versus expected goals against. He is at minus 8.4. And then in 8th place is Joel Hofer. He is at minus 3.7. And so that is an indication, Doug, of what you've been talking about, which is the poor net minding.
Yeah. I know the narrative early parts of the season, and maybe some still have it today, is that this tandem is one of the best in the league. And statistically, it's probably the worst in the league right now, the absolute worst. But again, some of that is dependent on what kind of glorious scoring opportunities the other side gets. But not all 75 goals have been scored from 2 feet in front of the net.
Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Talk it over with other TMA listeners. Open up the YouTube app, type in TMA STL. 271s are in there. Get Busy Fitness is in there and is talking with Cucky the Dwarf. Hi, Dwarf. I am married, but okay. So I don't know. It sounds like there might be something.
Gosh, you hate to see cheating going on.
It sounds like they're talking it over, and I like that. The Colonel's going to be with us at 9 o'clock. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Together Credit Union all around the St. Louis area, and they like to have fun. When you're doing your banking, it's kind of nice to have different options like a St. Louis Zoo debit card where they actually do some rounding up and give money back to the zoo. The City SC credit card for soccer fans. They also have mortgages that are designed for people in our community, like the community contributors. So if you're a firefighter, a teacher, a first responder, there is a mortgage built just for you that includes some better rates. You can find out more about the community contributor mortgage by going online to togethercu.org. St. Louis based. That means when the mortgages are done with Together Credit Union, everything's done in-house. All things locally. The underwriting, the servicing, everything done in St. Louis. They want to be your hometown home loan provider. And if you are a community contributor, great opportunity for you. So hop online, togethercu.org. The Zoo card, the City debit card, credit cards, all of it. Kind of having a fun when you're doing your banking. Why not check them out at togethercu.org.
Doug, wow. Did you request this?
I did, yeah. I felt like we needed it today.
Jackson, what is the reasoning for Whitney Houston?
It's the anniversary of the Bodyguard soundtrack.
Wow.
No, how could we have forgotten that? How many years? 20 or so?
I'm going to say 33 or 4, one or the other.
34?
Came out in 92.
92.
Okay. And so this is a big anniversary for them.
Any excuse to play Whitney Houston, I think, is a good excuse.
Yeah.
Listen to that yakety sax.
Boy, is that ever yakety.
Is that the greatest national anthem ever? Super Bowl? Whitney Houston?
Fergie All-Star Game. But other than that...
I'm taking Marvin Gaye, NBA All-Star Game.
To each his own.
Okay.
Tim, if you're wondering, I had some little housekeeping here.
Yeah, what do we have?
Norman, Oklahoma is just south of Oklahoma City.
Okay.
And then Stillwater appears to be a little bit to the northeast of Oklahoma City. So if we're staying at Holidays for the game, it'll be a little bit of a commute to get us through OKC down to Norman. But loosely, Oklahoma City is sort of the center there between Norman and Stillwater. Ronnie Woo, the great Cubs fan, apparently.
Woo, Ronnie Woo.
Apparently still alive, from what I can tell.
Is he?
And I haven't checked my press pass yet to see if there's a sign that says or any indication no jock sniffing.
You haven't looked at your credentials.
And I did
for
read
no
about
jock sniffing?
I meant to do that for you guys. I did look up Mike Furry, who you pointed out is now the offensive coordinator at South Carolina. They had a huge lead that they blew against Texas A&M.
Jackson's guy, Shane Beamer.
Mike Furry played for the Rams. Mike Martz loved him, took him to the Detroit Lions. But his coaching career is fascinating. He was a head coach at Limestone College in South Carolina, and then got a gig with the Chicago Bears as a receivers coach. Good gig for 4 years.
Yeah.
And then he went back to Limestone College to be that.
When Limestone comes calling, Doug.
He pulled an old Bill Snyder.
Jackson, were you despondent seeing Shane Beamer blow a 30-3 halftime lead?
I was in a great spot because with the South Carolina win, chaos goes out through the SEC. Who knows what could happen? The conversations get really interesting. And if Shane is somehow to blow it, I get to revel in his sadness. And so I was in a no-lose situation. And obviously the latter happened.
He walked off at halftime fist pumping. I mean, it's how you would walk off the field after a win.
Yeah.
And then, Doug, unfortunately, Mike Furry's offense did not score. Lenoris Sellers holding on to the football. He has been sacked more than any other quarterback in the country. It was to Missouri's advantage at Faurot Field in September. It has been a problem throughout the year. It happened when they were on the verge of beating Alabama as well. He holds on to the ball. I cannot believe it when I see it, and he did it again in the second half on Saturday. Here is Shane Beamer on blowing the 27-point lead.
Nobody came into the locker room at halftime celebrating, thinking the game was over, thinking that we could just go out there and coast in the second half. We talked about it at halftime. The scoreboard is irrelevant. Our whole mentality today was coming in here and dominating. And when you're dominating, you don't, look at the scoreboard. When you're trying to dominate something, you just keep going. And that's what we talked about.
And then the audio says, spoiler alert, he did.
Yeah, he was the one coming in celebrating, which was odd. I will say, for those who watch the game, Texas A&M is driving late in the game. This
is a good take you're going with here.
They're on the doorstep of scoring, and they run a play where Marcel Reed, the quarterback, goes out into the flat behind the line of scrimmage. And they have their running back or wide receiver, I don't know who it was, fling the ball to him, way behind him. He drops it, and South Carolina falls on it. South Carolina has not scored a point in the second half. You kick a field goal, you are going to win. Texas A&M was up 1. All they had to do is kick a field goal, 4-point lead, they would win. They gave the ball back to South Carolina. South Carolina did not end up scoring.
Because Lenoris held on to it.
Yeah, Lenoris kept getting sacked. But I could not believe my eyes. The only thing you can't do in that situation is turn the ball over. So why even pass it backwards? Because that is dangerous.
You can either just pound it in, or you can just go, okay, well, let's see what we can do, and then kick a field goal, and it's 34-30. I have no idea what that was about. And that is from a guy who is right there with Cignetti, I think, as being one of the most universally praised college football coaches in Mike Elko, who, Martin, did get an extension before the game, but the College Station media was not allowed to ask about it after the game.
We won't be addressing any of those. That's not for today.
But they did all like the cute pictures with like him and his wife signing the contract.
I thought they announced it.
Why would they not want to like prop this up? Like, hey, stay
it's
at
a
home.
good thing.
Right.
Bizarre. I saw Seth Davis, the college basketball guy, retweet, for you young journalists, whenever they say, you can't ask this question, that's the first one you ask.
I saw a similar weird finish in that Washington-Miami NFL game.
Yes.
Game is tied.
I thought the same. I was never going to bring it up because it's so obscured, but I was watching it too.
Yeah.
So Dan Quinn has it 13-13. We're watching the same thing.
Right, 13-13. Late fourth quarter, Washington drive, stalls out at the, I don't know what it was, 3-yard line. And instead of kicking a field goal to go ahead, they go for it on fourth down and don't get it.
So much so that I go, I guess it must be the third quarter, but it's 11:25 in St. Louis. They wouldn't have this game overlap with the noon kicks. Then Miami drives down the field.
Did the same exact thing.
And they go for it on fourth down.
And at this point, there's like 2 minutes left in the game. A field goal, you're going to win it.
It's not 40-40 where there's offense everywhere. It's 13-13.
And then they ran it right up the fourth and goal.
Yeah.
They just run the ball right up the middle, get stopped. Oh, well, couldn't have kicked the field goal there. Then they ended up winning in overtime. I saw them like, I guess nobody cares about this game. But if you're Mike McDaniel, what are you doing?
I had never seen
either one of them.
Yeah.
I couldn't agree with you more. I felt like it was so obscure. I would just like probably talk to you guys about it in the break. But I was watching that, and I thought, what in the hell are these two men doing? I really did.
And there's moments like that. You say these guys are getting highly paid to coach at the highest level. How can they not see that? How is there not even somebody on the sideline saying,
chip shot field goals?
What are you doing?
They were like extra points to take the lead late in the fourth quarter. Nah, we don't want that.
And that was my argument about Ahmad Hardy. Like, how can you not use him even more? Yeah. And then the second quarter against A&M, just missing to the point people are in the press box with their binoculars looking for him. And when asked about it, Drinkwitz said, well, he had 13 carries. And looking back, does it change the game? I don't know. But he's obviously a top weapon. Why would these coaches not see what's right in front of them?
I don't know if the chaos of combat blurs their decision-making ability, or someone's in that headset telling them, no, we can't do that. I don't know.
Guys, isn't it weird that College Game Day is visiting the same school twice in 1 month? Where are they going? Are they going to the Autzen Zoo? Is that where they are? USC and Oregon? That is correct? That is correct? Okay. I think it's kind of, it's the week before rivalry weekend, so this is a real lackluster weekend in college football. So USC and Oregon, I mean, whoever wins that is probably in, and whoever loses that is probably out. So I don't know what the alternative would be, Stephen Time, but I do respect your college football knowledge, so I will...
Yeah, there's nothing much else.
The only other game with two ranked opponents is Pitt at Georgia Tech. That's not going to get anybody excited.
Pitt doesn't care about losing games because they're still fine. Isn't that what the coach said going into the Notre Dame matchup?
Eastern Illinois Panthers are heading down to Tuscaloosa.
You'd like to see them in T-Town?
Yeah, absolutely. A little Tony Romo special.
I guess you could say Missouri, Oklahoma. Missouri's not ranked in the college football playoff rankings. I don't know if they'll be in the 25, 24, 23, 22 spot by the time that's released tomorrow night. They are ranked 23rd in the AP now.
Yeah, Pittsburgh goes to Georgia Tech, but they're literally just in Pittsburgh.
Doug, here's what you got in the SEC this weekend.
Okay.
Samford is heading to College Station, so that'll be fun. Mm-hmm. Charlotte is heading between the hedges, so that'll be fun. Eastern Illinois, as Jackson referenced, is headed to T-Town, so that'll be fun.
God, I hate these non-conference games in late November.
But that's the cost of having the great games in early September.
Mercer is headed to see War Eagle, so that'll be fun. Coastal Carolina is going to go see Shane Beamer. That'll be fun. And then LSU does have a home night game again. They're taking on Western Kentucky. That'll be fun.
So Missouri, Oklahoma is actually the crown game of the SEC this weekend.
And that's why it's at 11 a.m.?
That one also was announced back in June, that it was an 11 o'clock start, which doesn't match up with Alabama getting the 11 o'clock start in Columbia, Georgia getting the 11 o'clock start in Starkville, and I think it was LSU getting the 11 o'clock start in Nashville. I felt like Texas might have gotten to go on the road and play an 11 o'clock start somebody as well, which, again, probably just a mere coincidence that the Blue Bloods get to go on the road and get these 11 o'clock starts. I don't know how it worked out for Missouri that it's an 11 o'clock start. But I will say this, John Mateer looks like a totally different man than he did in October. He looks more like the September version of the Oklahoma quarterback. But, I mean, hey, that game was all about Oklahoma's defense. I think they had 212 yards of offense, and they won at Alabama. Could Kalen DuBois? I thought Brent Venables for sure was going to be hot seat season with that schedule they had in November. And to Oklahoma's credit, in a major way, they go to Knoxville and they win. The one I'm sure they're going, man, we really let that one go, was they were beating Ole Miss at home. To Ole Miss's credit, they won there. But they went to Knoxville, they went to Tuscaloosa, and they won. And now, if you beat Missouri, who they are 8.5-point favorites over, and you beat LSU, who's obviously playing out the string at this point, they control their own destiny. And they've got the optimal spot. They probably get to host a game, and they don't have to play in the SEC championship game.
Mm-hmm.
You see, it's set up, Doug, where you don't want to play for a championship.
No, you do not. That's the last. They also have a win over Michigan early in the year.
That's correct. And Michigan is still alive as well, but I think they probably are in a spot where they have to beat Ohio State, which would cause a lot of chaos should that happen. Doug, can you tell me about the Collier and Thompson phone lines?
Well, you can call in on the phone lines anytime you want. Give us a little chat, or you can call Collier and Thompson and get your kitchen and bathroom fixed up. That might be a better way to go right now. Maybe your
Better
house
than
is
calling us?
Well, yeah, I think
Okay.
so. Maybe your house is a little bit dated, a little bit tired looking. Collier and Thompson can certainly fix that. They've been doing that since the 1950s. Best in town at turning your home into that dream home that you have always wanted. It's hard to know who you can trust to be in your home in that business, who's going to be there to back up the work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do during the process. They are always available for you. You want to make some changes, Collier and Thompson can handle that, no problem. Even when the job is done, Collier and Thompson will come back if you've got something that you think is not just right. Collier and Thompson wants you to be happy when you are done. Boy, are people ever happy. Let's go to some of the reviews. Here's old Patty H. Excellent quality of workmanship and products, environment clean, project done on time as promised. No question that things were done right on time as promised. That's how they do it. Bob Strati and Carolyn Beard have been the owners there for more than 20 years. Collier and Thompson's not going to be the cheapest. They will be the best. They won't be the most expensive either. They're right there in the sweet spot where you can really trust that you're going to get a quality job on your kitchen, bathroom, basement, wine room, whatever. And Collier and Thompson's going to be there to stand behind it. Check out their showroom, more than 10,000 square feet, more than 20 kitchen displays at their showroom on Manchester and Baldwin, right there next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at CollierandThompson.com.
There you go. Mr. Licks is active in Jackson. Doesn't he owe you money?
No, we're even because he already sent it for whatever reason, but now I have won the bet officially.
So you officially won the bet.
Yeah.
Congratulations. What you finna do with that 50?
What am I going to do with that 50?
Maybe a lesson after the way you played golf this week.
Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea at all.
Okay.
Probably that. Yeah.
Because he bet they wouldn't win another game the rest of the year, right?
Correct. And then moved the goalpost immediately when pressed and said that they won't win. One is the over-under, and they have now won two.
Oh, okay.
Fight Tiger.
That's right.
He also says he has travel tips that have worked wonders for himself. Number one, when you go to a restaurant for the first time, tip up front to the waiter $1,000. And then number two, when you arrive at your hotel, tip $10,000 at check-in because this sets expectations among the staff of the type of service that you expect. That's from Mr. Licks.
Huh. I just need a towel every now and then. It's about the only service I need at the hotel. Can I have another towel?
And you give $10,000. What do you do? A cash? A Venmo?
I just
you
give
only
him
Venmo
cash.
$3,000 at a time, or is it $2,999 at a time?
I want to keep it away from the godforsaken tax man, so I just give him cash.
Yeah, I think that's the right move.
Doug, you were at the Ritz last week. Is there an aroma when you walk in? Do you kind of smell that Ritz smell in the air?
Kind of. It's
I think
so
they
darn
bottle
nice.
it.
Yeah, it's really nice.
I don't even know where the Ritz-Carlton is. Do we have one?
Clayton.
Oh, really? Wow. It's awesome that we have
Doug's always seen in Clayton. This guy.
I don't know. Colonel's seen in Columbia. He's going to join us next. He is going through it on that Power Mizzou board. Dear God. Colonel joins us next here on TMA 101 ESPN. It is exciting because we are just a couple of weeks away now before Missouri has FanDuel in our state. Get ready. FanDuel, America's #1 sports book, is coming soon, and starting December 1st, new customers in Missouri can get up to $300 in bonus bets when you make your first $5 bet. From touchdowns to home runs to three-pointers, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Plus, with live betting, you can even get in on the action after the game has already started, all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. FanDuel is the best way to game day, and it's coming soon to Missouri. Just visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to learn more. Papers, do you have a play that you would like to recommend to the people?
For tonight, it just reeks of an under. 50.5 is a high total for a Raiders team that struggles to score.
So you're saying go under?
50.5. Under 50.5.
Jackson has released his play. This way you will be all set to bet when FanDuel goes live in Missouri on December 1st. That's FanDuel.com/Missouri. Play your game with FanDuel, the #1 rated sportsbook app. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Offer starts on December 1st, 2025. Excludes customers who redeem pre-launch sign-up offer. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Monday Night Football action here on 101 ESPN tonight. Raiders versus Cowboys. Pregame at 6 p.m. Kickoff at 7:15 right here on 101 ESPN. Those are our Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
There is a state which I live in, which is called Missouri. It is called Missouri. Missouri is where I live. Missouri is where I live.
Oh. We'll be playing this at about 2:35 in Norman, Oklahoma, when the Tigers beat the 8.5-point favorite Sooners on Saturday. Saw the Oklahoma players were dancing on the logo in Tuscaloosa, and then some poor media relations person had to say, "What? Go on and get?" That's what she was saying.
I liked her motor. Get. I liked her effort. Yeah. She wasn't going to be deterred by these giant humans.
They have the logo roped off with velvet ropes, like you're trying to get into the club. And the Oklahoma players were dancing on it, and she said, what'd she say? Go on and get it.
Yeah. Go and get. She was yelling at them. I was like, damn.
She was from Alabama, or was she Oklahoma?
She was Alabama's media relations.
Yes. Oh, okay. And did they pay her any mind?
Oh, they scrammed.
They did.
Scrammed. I like that. Yeah. Joining us right now to give us his perspective is the Colonel, and he's brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency every Monday and Friday. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys?
Are you already exhausted by it all, Colonel? Be honest with me. It's just me and you talking now.
We're getting there.
Oh, no.
Not quite, but we're getting there.
I mean, it's nonstop, and it's something that is going to probably continue to be nonstop for, what do you say, a minimum of 13 days? Would that be fair?
I mean, I won't say minimum, because here's the part that I think is a little bit frustrating about it to fans and to me and to a lot of people. Like, this could end anytime. There are people that are insisting to me, like, hey, this is like, there's not really that much worry. Like, he's not going anywhere, blah, blah. Okay, cool. Then let's stop. Let's end this. So, and until that happens, I just don't believe that's the case. I mean, you can't, I don't think you can dismiss this as, this is just a leverage play. He's just trying to get things for the program, because at some point, I mean, and the same thing's true. I know there's frustration like that in Oxford right now. Like, he doesn't need any more leverage. Like, and I'm sure we'll talk about the comments on the broadcast and all that. The thing is, there is not magically going to be millions and millions of more dollars committed in the next 12 days to this program. Like, at some point, he either has to trust them and believe the commitment is there or not, and make his decision. Now, what can change in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever, is he knows if he even has an option to go to any of these other places, because right now he doesn't. But anybody who's dismissing this as, well, yeah, this just makes sense, this is what he should do, he should use all this leverage, I don't really agree with that.
And Gabe, for the people who say, well, why would Penn State want to? Why would Auburn or Florida? Look, they haven't won enough big games. To me, it doesn't matter if he's the first, second, third, fourth. He could be the fifth choice at Penn State. I mean, there's only so many qualified coaches out there. I think there's going to be a school or two that says, all right, well, and they'll never admit it, but, well, behind closed doors, they'd say, well, we did the best we could, and this was the best coach we could get. So it doesn't matter if he's not the top candidate.
Right, and being the first choice only matters on the first day. I mean, Mike Elko wasn't the first choice at Texas A&M. That's going pretty well. I mean, there are plenty of places that hire a backup plan who ends up being better than the initial plan. And I agree. I mean, there's a lot of jobs. There's not that many guys. We've started to see some of them sign extensions. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes. But, yeah, this is a thing we follow until there's a reason to not follow it one way or the other.
One thing that stood out, Gabe, was you've been writing that locally the people in Columbia believe he is going to stay. But when you talk with people around college football, and not necessarily sources, for lack of a better term, that you that know each other, the vibe is he's gone. Is that correct?
I don't even like. It is universal. It is not the vibe. It is. I've had at least 3 people, and I think more than that, just say, "Oh, your guy's gone at the end of the year." Like, not even, hey, maybe not pay attention. Oh yeah, he's not going to be back next year. Now, what is the reasoning for that? I don't know, but again, I mean, I do know in part, but like, are they being told that? Is that a direct thing, or is that, well, he's, are assumptions being made, or is there a little bit of inherent, well, that's Missouri and this is Penn State and Florida and LSU, so of course he's not going to. There's probably some of that, but you can ignore all the smoke if you want to. But then don't be surprised if a fire breaks out at some point. That is not me saying Drinkwitz is gone. That is just me saying there is enough smoke that if you are not paying attention to this, then you are being willfully ignorant.
If he does go, how attractive is Missouri for the next coach? How hard would it be to find someone as good or better than Drinkwitz?
I mean, nobody knows because you're throwing darts, right? The issue to me is, there is some, well, he never did this, he never did that. I don't care if he leaves, or I'm mad at him, he can get out. Look, you know what you have, and no matter who you hire next, you don't know what you have. Some guys work at one place and not at another place. Circumstances are different. Now, I think Missouri can hire a good candidate. I think this job is more attractive than it's ever been. Being in the SEC is an advantage, but also in some ways a disadvantage. I had somebody say to me this weekend, Missouri might be viewed as a better job nationally than it is within the SEC. In other words, it might be a top 20 job nationally and maybe not a top 10 job in its own conference, which is like part of the appeal, right, to Penn State. I posted yesterday Penn State's schedules the next 3 years. Somebody's going to walk in there thinking they should make the playoff in 2026. I mean, if you look at that schedule, that is 100% a realistic expectation there. And, because Penn State is whatever you think it is nationally, I think it's a top 4 or 5 job in the Big Ten with Ohio State, with Oregon, Michigan, USC, and Penn State. Those are the top 5. No disrespect to Indiana. That's not a top 5 job in the Big Ten. So I think they can attract somebody good, somebody better than they could when they hired Drinkwitz or certainly when they hired Barry Odom. But also, if given the choice of would you rather start over and take your chances, or would you rather keep this guy who's already got it to this level? I think clearly you'd rather keep this guy.
Yeah, I think you'd probably have 90% of the fan base, and I'm not talking about like just Power Mizzou subscribers. I'm talking about Missouri fans who would agree with you on that. I think there are some people who, but I'm not by any means an Eli Drinkwitz lemming, but I don't know how you could argue with the progress from where it was when even the progress over the last 3 years, much less from where he got here in 2020. Gabe DeArmond's with us, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James is going to be in studio with us in the 10 o'clock hour. Gabe, you made reference to Tom Hart's comments with about 5 minutes left in the game on Saturday night. I know plenty of people in our audience probably weren't watching at that point. And for those who did not hear it, let's play those, and then, Gabe, get your reaction.
Talking to Eli Drinkwitz yesterday about the future of this program, and I asked him directly, with all these jobs open, this was the lead-in, and certainly his name is on some short lists. I said, what are you looking for? Is it about the money individually? He said, no, I've got the money. It's about alignment. It's about getting people invested in the program. It's about getting the Fortune 500 companies in this state to get behind us. He said, we've got all these Fortune 500 companies. Not a single one advertises in this building. That was a little bit surprising. And that's the kind of alignment you need to continue to be able to recruit and get your payroll. To be honest, that's what it is. Get your payroll to a point to recruit the best talent to allow you to have success in a league like the SEC and therefore college football.
Gabe, we had a few people texting in, and then we've observed some ourselves, that Edward Jones is one of the Fortune 500 companies. They're in their gray bar, and then there was a third one.
Centene might have been.
Thank you, Martin. That's exactly right. Your reaction, Colonel?
Yeah, so first of all, I mean, what was stated just isn't true. You just named the three, right? So that's part of it. And look, I don't know if the Fortune 500 part of it, like, I don't look at that list. I don't know what's on it and what's not. But, like, shelter insurance, there's an advertisement in the stadium. Veterans United here, a local company, does a ton. So does Equipment Share. MPix has the logo on the basketball court, and I know does a lot with the football program. So, like, there is support. Everybody wants more. I get it. Everybody wants more money. But I wrote this morning. If you are the head football coach at the University of Missouri, you are going to have to overachieve what your resources are. Because let's just list them off. You're never having what Texas has. You're never having what A&M has. You're never having what Alabama has, what Georgia has, what LSU has, probably what Tennessee has. In terms of resources, can you catch Oklahoma and Florida and Auburn? Maybe. But, like, the upside here is 8th to 11th in the league in terms of overall resources, in terms of money. If your goal is we want as much corporate money here as some of those other programs, then you have to leave. It's not going to happen. You can close the gap, and everybody should want to close the gap, and I think it has been closed some. But you are going to have to beat teams and beat programs that have more than you. There, and as I wrote this morning, and I want to be clear, this is, if Eli Drinkwitz makes the second choice, this is no judgment of him. It is his decision. I totally would understand whatever he wants to do, but Gary Pinkel was willing to take that challenge on. He understood. Look, there's Oklahoma's in this league, Texas is in this league, and Nebraska at the time is in this league. A&M was in this league. Now Missouri, I think you could argue was fifth as far as resources. Like, they had more resources than Texas Tech and Iowa State and stuff like that, or at least had the ability to. The problem when you move to the SEC, as I have said a number of times, you went from an upper middle class house in the Big 12 to probably kind of lower middle class in the SEC. Now, the actual house is nicer, but the neighborhood is so much nicer that in relation to everyone you're living with, your house probably needs more repairs than some of theirs do. You can either choose to embrace that and take it on or not. The way I put it this morning, you can climb Everest from base camp, or you can have a helicopter drop you off a couple thousand feet higher to start. If you choose to be dropped off a little higher, I would not blame you. It is easier. There's less resistance that way. The part that's interesting is I think Missouri and Eli Drinkwitz are a good fit in that it is a program and a coach who both very much embrace this chip on our shoulder. We don't really belong, and we're gonna try to bust through and prove it. Like, that's kind of been his personality since he has been here. Now, people say, that doesn't work at LSU or Penn State. Well, he would change. I mean, the message would change, right? That he would not take the, nobody respects us mantra to Penn State. But I think it is a good fit for that reason. But we'll find out over the next 3 weeks, does he want to take that fight on like Gary Pinkel did, or does he not want to? And again, I won't judge him. Fans will. Fans will, and I get it. And if he does leave, watching the quick turn is going to be a fascinating sociological experiment.
Does either coordinator, would they figure to be a likely successor if it comes to that?
No. I mean, neither one's been a head coach. And I am not just outright dismissing. Like, if I have to put a list together, there will be a couple of coordinators on there that I think you could look at. You can't turn this thing over to Kirby Moore the way the offense has gone the last couple of years. And Corey Batoon doesn't strike me. Also, if I'm hiring a coordinator as a head coach in 2025, I really want it to be an offensive guy. Like, I'm just not turning my program over to a defensive coordinator with where football's at.
Gabe DeArmond, our guest here on TMA, with regard to this Saturday, Bo Prabula, and the report that he could very well get the start. What is your understanding of the situation there? I know you'll know more tomorrow.
Yeah, we don't know much now. I mean, I was driving to the stadium, and on Saturday, our photographer said Bo is running sprints, and I thought, well, that's interesting, and he was out there warming up. Like when he initially was listed as doubtful last week, I thought, yeah, this is just kind of playing around. I mean, he is doubtful. You're not going to get fined for it because he's probably not going to play. But, I thought it was a little gamesmanship. But what I think it clearly was setting up was, no, hey, this kid is ahead of schedule and maybe is ready for Oklahoma. And that, I think I was right there with what I think most people thought. When I saw him carted off at Vanderbilt, I thought we'd seen the last of him at Missouri. Not just this year. Like, I thought he was done. I thought he would never take another snap here. Well, obviously he has recovered quicker than thought. And let's be honest, Matt Zollers has not done anything to tell you he has to start the last two games. And I wrote this morning, like, it's no longer, well, we want the development for next year. No, that's done in practice. All you're trying to do is whatever gives you the best chance to win these next two games. It is pretty difficult for me to argue, based on what I've seen, that would not be Bo Prabula. So if he's ready, I mean, if the doctors say he can play, I don't know why he wouldn't start, because I don't think anybody's done anything to take that job away from him. We don't know any of the dynamics behind the scenes, what's going on with conversation. Because, look, I promise there are people across the country that have already told coaches and stuff, hey, I'm out at the end of the year. Some of those guys are probably still playing, and some of them aren't. But I just thought it was really interesting after the game. It was the very last question. Somebody asked Drinkwitz about Bo and the situation, and he very quickly said, no, tonight's about this team. It's about these guys. We'll talk about that next week. And I didn't really know how to take that. I found it interesting.
I think the sad thing is right now, if you're a Mizzou fan, I'm not sure who you want as your quarterback for next year, because we're getting late into this season. You'd like to feel good about, and granted, everybody can leave at any point now, so maybe it's even a moot point, but I'm not sure who their best option is in 2026.
No, it is completely a moot point because of all the stuff we talked about for the first 10 minutes. I mean, if Eli Drinkwitz is here, I don't know if they have a scholarship, or is not here. I don't know if they have a scholarship quarterback right now that's on the roster next year. And that includes their commitment, who, by the way, is from Pennsylvania, So, they can all leave, and you deal with it in January, and we'll find out who's here by April.
If they go into Norman and beat Oklahoma, does that make it even more likely that Drinkwitz would leave? His stock, no doubt, going up?
I really don't think that's how, it's an easier sell to fans, but if you like Eli Drinkwitz as a candidate for your head coach today, I don't really see anything that's going to happen in the next 2 weeks that changes that. I mean, he just went out and won an SEC football game with his third-string quarterback completing 2 passes for 14 yards the entire second half. Nice. That, to me, is a pretty good coaching job. So I don't think it changes it. If anything, I think it might be more, it shows him, tangible proof of, look, you can do this here. You can win these types of games here. You don't have to go somewhere else to do it.
Colonel, you're planning on tending to the question that fans want to hear Eli Drinkwitz answer, even though he has been asked about it. I guess they just want an updated answer tomorrow. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's got to be addressed in some regard, and I have enjoyed being on the message board and getting fan suggestions of exactly how I should go about doing my job and asking that question, as if, this is, I did say at one point, maybe I'll just hand them my phone and say, here's all the questions they would like you to answer. So please do it that way, because I don't really have any qualifications for knowing how to phrase a question to attempt to get an answer. I don't really expect. I mean, I would be shocked if he gave the Kenny Dillingham of yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I was never going anywhere. I would be surprised also if he says it doesn't really mean anything. Like, Roy Williams wasn't going to Carolina and Nick Saban wasn't going to Alabama. And what they say doesn't really matter. I would expect more of a Lane Kiffin on Saturday night response, which was, I think it's, look, we've got a good thing going here. I'm really proud. It's going really well. It would be disrespectful to this team to talk about all that other stuff. Now, what that really means is it would be disrespectful because I'm not going to tell you that I'm not leaving for sure. But I understand why it's handled that way, and it does lead to online. There are a lot of Ole Miss fans that are saying now, like, he just get him out. Let's go play the playoff without him. I mean, I get, feelings and I've seen some of it from Missouri fans, hey, at this point, he's burned too much goodwill. What has he done? Literally, what has Eli Drinkwitz done? All he's done is not come out and promise you he's coming back next year when the reality is he is under contract for 4 more years. Like, he doesn't necessarily have to say I'm coming back next year. You assume he is until he isn't. But, the idea of like, well, at this point, he's burned so much goodwill. First of all, the only people who really know about it, like if you went through Faurot Field on Saturday, there were, 57,000 people there. A maximum of 10% of them are really aware or at all concerned that Eli Drinkwitz could have another job next year. A maximum. Like, this is a very online, the people who pay attention to every single machination of the program who I think are focused on this. The rest of them are like, hey, man, cool, we play Oklahoma. That'd be fun if we could win this game.
Doug, I thought you wanted to ask a question.
No, I just
you thought so too. That was my read.
I had imparted so much knowledge that there was nothing else to add.
That felt like a Doug Vaughn intro on a Channel 4. Like, well, we could possibly go into Oklahoma. Who knows who the coach will be next? But let's go in and win, right? Just keep it. Enjoy the season. Enjoy the ride.
11 o'clock.
We just hope everybody has fun and nobody gets hurt.
There you go. I like that. I like that.
That sounds good to me.
Colonel, Missouri, 8.5-point underdogs as of right now. We'll see if that changes, if there is an official quarterback announcement tomorrow. I'll be looking forward to the presser tomorrow. Gabe has released a 5-star lock on the word crud will be included in the answer, though. I like that. Yeah.
Okay. Almost certainly.
Yes. I like that.
Yeah. And maybe a swig of Diet Coke and then kind of a mini burp right before the press conference. Right before the press conference begins, you get a little bit of.
Yeah, we could get a dadgum in there, maybe.
Dadgum and crud, parlay them together, and then the belch.
Did he talk that way before he got here?
I assume so. I mean, he's from Arkansas.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it's a little different than
give him the dadgum.
It's not the Brian Kelly playbook.
Yeah, indeed. Colonel, looking forward to the coverage on Power Mizzou. Always appreciate it, man.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
There he is. It's Gabe DeArmond with us, giving us his thoughts as he's exasperated already.
By everything. We didn't even mention his Chiefs.
Yeah.
Just to rattle them.
It's going to be a couple of weeks of enjoyment for the Colonel. And then that leads to who are they going to hire should he decide to leave. Your thoughts are welcome. Text in, call in, email in, Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We're giving away 2 tickets to the Blues and Bruins in December as the prize for the email of the day. So email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
There are 10 more days for you to grab your turkey at Schnucks, and if you do so, you're going to save money because they rolled back the price on Thanksgiving centerpiece, which is the turkey pricing from back in 2010, 57 cents per pound. You probably don't remember exactly what it cost then. They keep track of this stuff at Schnucks, and they made sure you can save a little bit of money. Right now, it's tough. Everything's more expensive, but your turkey is not. 57 cents per pound. That's the price. This is available until November 26th, the day before Thanksgiving. To get the deal, all you do is make a $25 purchase. That does not include the price of the turkey. Limit one per customer. Prices vary by store. And, of course, they'll have savings on other items just so you can serve Thanksgiving, whether it's a big crowd, small crowd, whatever it is, you're saving on that turkey. 57 cents, lowest price in 15 years. All the things you need for Thanksgiving available at Schnucks. And also look for other deals throughout the store. And while you're there, make sure you've got the rewards app. It allows you to add up points and dollars when you check out, but also keeps you alert on things that you buy regularly if there's any additional savings. This Thanksgiving, head to Schnucks for all your feast essentials.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you here on the program. And look, Doug, the Chicken Man's here.
I saw him standing over there. Hello, Chicken.
Chicken Man.
Dan from Lee's is in studio. And what a treat you got on Mother's Day when Jackson cut his spot. I mean, what a moment.
We've made our comment on that. We're not here to talk about football.
We're not here to talk about the past.
Wow,
We're
he's
not here to
moving
talk about
forward.
the past.
Move it forward. Move the whole conversation forward.
You guys are making the rounds here at Hubbard Radio today, and the building smells of delicious chicken. That's what it smells like, Doug. What do you guys have going on at Lee's?
So we've got a program going on right now called the Countdown to Thanksgiving. It's a food collection effort to support Operation Food Search. We're doing this in partnership with our friend of the show, Justin, over at Hot Shots. So you can go to any Lee's location or Hot Shots location through the end of this week, make a donation of a non-perishable food item, canned or boxed foods, and get a free Coca-Cola beverage at any Hot Shots or Lee's.
Oh, nice.
Real nice. All right, so stop by Hot Shots and check it out. Doug, that's where you dressed up as Santee last year, right? And
I
jumped
believe
inside
I did.
your lap?
I believe I did. I've eaten at Lee's chicken many times, too.
Yeah, you're a
usually went
fan.
down there in the city.
Yeah.
Channel 4. Good stuff.
At the Dotem this year.
Yes.
It was a hit.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
It was a hit.
Dan, how many locations are there around town?
We've got 15 Lee's locations in the metro area, 2 in Illinois, the rest in the Missouri side. I believe Hot Shots has 9 locations. So if you want to help out people in need right now, the folks at Operation Food Search do such a fantastic job in the area that we wanted to be able to support them. And so lots of opportunity for people to come by, drop something off, get a free Coke, and a chance to win some hockey tickets and gift cards as well.
Oh, nice. Who is Lee? What's the history of the company?
Oh, it's a great question.
Who is Lee and why is he chirping?
Yeah.
Is that what you're about to ask?
Lee Cummings, the founder, namesake of our brand, was actually Colonel Sanders' nephew.
Oh, really?
No way.
Yes, and he helped the Colonel build up KFC, and when the Colonel sold that business in the mid-'60s, Lee decided he wasn't done cooking fried chicken, so he went out and started his own brand.
How about that? Huh. How about that?
Nice. Everybody's got a coaching tree. There's probably a chicken tree, too. I didn't know that.
Who knew it?
Crazy family tree there, because also helping to run KFC back in the day when the Colonel owned the company was Dave Thomas, who went on to start Wendy's.
Yeah. Really?
So, yeah, lots of history there.
Dan, one more time for our audience, if they would like to support the cause with Lee's and with Hot Shots, where can they do it and how can they do it?
Yeah, in any Lee's or Hot Shots location now through the end of this week, bring a canned food or boxed food item in to donate. Get yourself a free Coca-Cola and a chance to win some prizes.
Very nice. There it is. Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken. Dan, always appreciate it, man. Thanks so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Hey, Dan.
Thanks, Dan. Yes. We'll take a
Chicken
commercial
guy,
break.
Doug
The
calls
chicken
him.
guy. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned now for over 30 years. He takes great pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And you can go online right now at igotfloor.com and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's passions flooring, and when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is great compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that Michael's has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring, and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis, and Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloor.com. Oh, Doug, what are you thinking of? The Departed? Are you thinking of Goodfellas?
Appears in both.
So which one are you thinking about?
I'm thinking of the Lee's chicken that they brought in. I can smell it from here.
Jackson, have you watched the film The State of Grace?
No. State of Grace. I have not.
Sean Penn? Doug, is that a Sean Penn vehicle?
I don't know who's in it.
I do love Sean Penn.
I saw Sean Penn. I watched the movie. What's it called? Another
One Battle
Day?
After Another?
One Battle After Another.
You liked it?
Yes. Does it not?
Boy.
Hell yeah.
Benicio del Toro, who's just perfect in everything.
Yeah.
Sean Penn.
Yeah.
And then our guy Leo.
Leo.
But it felt like a Quentin Tarantino movie. Did it not have a vibe?
Well, it's Paul Thomas Anderson. They're very similar.
Well, I know, but
stylistically.
I thought it felt Tarantino-esque, even.
Yeah, it has a little of that.
Really? Well,
him
the
and
law.
PTA have a long-standing friendship/rivalry.
Okay. Friendship/rivalry.
Well, they have a lot of mutual respect, but they make very similar movies, so they kind of have.
I thought it was very entertaining.
Yeah, really good. Glad you watched it.
Unique. Thanks, pal.
Fired
It was
up.
long.
That's what Movie Boy does for you.
Yeah. You got me.
That's the one. That's the movie.
That's the one?
That's your best picture right there.
And I should have checked Movie Boy online, but I checked Rotten Tomatoes, and it was like 94%. And Kim and I never sit down and just watch a movie. We usually start a series, and I forget like a week later what we were watching, and I forget what the whole show's about. But a movie is kind of nice, start to finish. It's about 2.5 hours.
Mm-hmm.
But it's, I'd say it's unique. And he likes music, that Paul PTA, you call him.
Dirty Work.
Yes. Love Dirty Work. And then Wings.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll stop. It's good. If you have time, check it out.
It just came out on
Apple,
on
I
demand,
believe.
so people have been watching like crazy this weekend, which is exciting.
State of Grace is a phenomenal Irish mob flick. That's from UPS Tony.
I'm looking at it. Looks
Last night. I mean, it's from 1990.
great cast.
Yeah, I was about to say, I have a feeling you would like the cast.
I mean, Ed Harris, Gary Oldman, Robin Wright, John Turturro, John C. Reilly. That was good. It's music by Morricone, who we talked about like a week ago. Sign me up.
All right, Jackson's in. I guess I can get on Movie Boy. I'm just trying to find my way back on Movie Boy.
I want you on to talk about plane, trains, and automobiles for Thanksgiving.
P's, T's, and A's.
Okay.
All right, I'm in.
The greatest Thanksgiving movie because there really isn't another Thanksgiving movie, which is a shame.
Nothing out there at all?
Not much. Really not much.
Of course, Libby Jack loves Sean Penn. Jesus.
Uh-oh, he got hit by Big Tuft?
Big Tuft.
Mm-hmm.
Because of Sean Penn?
He's kind of a whack job.
Interview with El Chapo.
Was that in a journalism role? Actor role?
Sean Penn is a
Dennis Rodman is negotiator between the United States and North Korea. We've had some ambassadors that you wouldn't necessarily expect.
Like, whoa, easy. Come back home.
Hey, I'm trying to get
back to sports!
Oh.
From the 618.
Gosh.
Relax.
I'd rather talk about El Chapo. Where is he now?
Well, there's a lot going on here in St. Louis. So you just tell us what you want to. You want to talk about the Cardinals' free agency quests, the Blues streak, Missouri beating Doug, a ready-made Mississippi State club, or Illinois beating Maryland. Billikens clipped Grand Canyon when Bryce Drew kept his starters out there when they emptied the bench. We'll do a Sadie Hawkins.
Did you see? So I guess one of the Grand Canyon players also wears goggles, and they called it the Battle of the Bifocals. Between him and Robbie Avila. I liked that.
Tim, the 618 who said back to sports, then said Illini basketball.
Oh, nice.
They play Wednesday against Alabama.
That's going to be awesome.
At the United Center.
Alabama's schedule.
Yeah, that's going to be.
Roll Tide is just asking for it and early going.
Love it. I'm very excited to watch that game.
There you go.
Wednesday at 8.
Now they're texting in topics, Tim. How about the Chiefs suck?
Doug, the Chiefs lost to John Vaughn's Broncos yesterday.
Yeah, they did.
The Broncos don't score much, but they don't have
not
to.
making the playoffs. They're in real trouble.
So another tough break for a St. Louis pro team this year.
They're definitely our club. They're now 5-5.
Jackson, you adopted the Bears at the start of the season, and look at you.
Silently, yeah. And it's paying
you announced
dividends.
it, though.
Yeah, I know.
Did you whisper it in like a live read?
It was, yeah, big W against.
I want to tell you about friends of ours. They're great sponsors on the show. Just call them real quick.
Oh, my God. That's really funny.
Okay. Rich Garrard next hour. I'm Holly, third hour.
Bears beating the Vikings, yeah. I'm going to have to
was a good
talk
game.
a little smack to Marshy once I tell him I'm.
Yeah, is that going to be awkward?
a
I mean, he just
silent
did
Bears
Movie
fan.
Boy.
He did,
And now the Vikings go down. I mean, I said it like a week or two into our fantasy football league. I said, I'm selling Justin Jefferson. We got a problem at quarterback for the Vikings. The man has been turned into second Mike Furry reset of the year, Mike Furry with the Vikings.
Yeah, tough spot.
I mean, I think I would rather have Carson Wentz throwing to him. They just can't get him the ball with J.J. McCarthy, and so the Vikings offense has been neutered. They got themselves a real issue there. I would imagine Marshy Marsh and his playful posse aren't happy.
Oh, he's fired up about it. I can imagine. Yeah.
The
And
Bears,
Caleb Williams, here they come. Martin.
The Bears just pull it out. I'm telling you, they've been bad for so long. That's all they care about in Chicago, and this team's actually kind of fun.
So you feel good about adopting the Bears, Jackson?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, silently.
Because of Luther?
Luther, and got a lot of friends in Chicago, although a lot of my friends in Chicago aren't Bears fans, which is disheartening. But yeah, I'm silent. I don't like live and die with them by any means. I barely even watched any of that game Sunday.
First place, Jackson Burkett's Bears.
Yeah,
First
I don't think anyone saw that coming.
Hell no.
Aaron Rodgers
7-3.
got hurt yesterday with the first place Steelers.
Yeah, that's where
in his wrist, I think.
There's a spit situation there.
And we're going to have a rematch of the 2002 NFC Championship game between the Bears and the Eagles. And it'll be at Soldier Field just like it was before the Eagles went in there and beat them and then came to St. Louis where Aeneas Williams picked off Donovan McNabb to send the Rams to the Super Bowl. Right on that?
I think so.
And was that Jim Miller quarterbacking?
I'm crowdsourcing a little bit here. 0-2 Bears. Would that have been Sexy Rexy or would that have been before Rex Grossman?
So it's the 0-1 season.
It should have been Rex Grossman.
0-2 Sexy Rexy?
Yeah, because he was definitely the quarterback in 06 when they lost to Manning and the Colts. But I don't know if he was around before then. Because that's the big issue with the Bears, finding a quarterback.
Always. They always say our last good quarterback was Sid Luckman years and years and years ago. No, Jim McMahon was the punky QB.
They got a guy now.
Caleb Williams, yeah. He can play.
Unique spot with the Bears being at the top of the NFC North, Doug. They have a minus 6-point differential, despite being 7-3. Fun facts for no and tell.
Find wins, man, wherever you can get them.
2002 Bears quarterback was Jim Miller, along with Chris Chandler, who spent some time here with the Rams. Often concussed, I believe.
That's correct.
Jim Miller in 2001, 2002. Then, of course, Cordell Stewart was in the mix in 2003. Grossman entered the picture in 2003.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, who would have thought J.J. McCarthy takes would have spurred on a bunch of texts, but here we are. I'm another Vikings fan here, season ticket holder, in fact. They really effed up when they didn't match the Colts offer for Danny Dimes. The Doo-Doo Man, that's from Gerard Chadwell. The Doo-Doo Man.
Doo-Doo Man's playing some ball.
Telling you.
Those Colts can play.
You know who else is good as the Rams? It's hard to admit that. The Rams got a good team.
Good coach, you can tell. You get a coach and a quarterback. That's all. You got to get the coach and the quarterback. You get those two. I know that's obvious, but it's amazing how many of the teams you look at, if they're good, is the coach good? Is the quarterback good?
Doug, is it fun that the teams that the Rams played here to get to the Super Bowl are the teams they could play yet again to get to the Super Bowl?
I've never had more fun. You're talking Tampa Bay and the
Eagles, and then, of course, the Eagles were playing the Bears.
Right.
And that was that Jim Miller, as we discussed, who was going to be a game between St. Louis and Chicago, but there's old Donovan McNabb. And was that Hugh Douglas? Was that Hugh Douglas?
I think so.
My favorite Hugh Douglas story, I think he's in the media in Philadelphia. He was on Dan Patrick, and Dan Patrick was just kind of hammering. So you guys don't have any nicknames for Andy Reid? He said, come on, you guys, that's no fun. He goes, what am I supposed to do, call him fat bastard? Like, actually, that would be kind of funny if they did.
I think they like him too much to give him some kind of derogatory nickname.
I think it's Big Red now.
Yeah.
Because Jeremy Mack will talk about Andy Reid, and it's always Big Red this, Big Red that. Chiefs had won the AFC West 9 straight years. It's not officially over yet, but 9 straight years.
I wonder if that's a record for divisional. The
Sounds like you're getting into the crowdsourcing industry?
Yeah, I'd like to crowdsource that. I'm not sure the Patriots even won their division 9 years in a row.
Because there was that Matt Castle year in the middle there. What happened there? Yeah. It's a good question, Doug.
But, I mean, how fun is it, though, that it could be the Rams and Buccaneers, Rams and
I'm having the time of my life.
And then the Rams and Patriots. Is that not fun?
History repeating itself.
Does that make it feel like we still have an NFL team?
No, it doesn't.
Doug, the record's 11. The Patriots did it in 09 to 19.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I just literally railroaded your entire statement there with a drop. I'm sorry.
No.
He said the record was 11.
Okay.
Patriots won 11 in a row.
11 in a row.
That is impressive. In a sport where the players come and go so frequently, and there's great parity in the league.
Guys, the Rams are the favorites to win the Super Bowl right now, but hey, we have a state-of-the-art warehouse that houses monster truck rallies for the Hey Dudes crowd, and that league The Rock owns without knowing that he owns it. That's from Al in Dadeville. The Rock doesn't know it's one of his assets?
Maybe
it's 'cause
not.
it's a liability. I don't know.
There's a monster convention going on at the Dome this week. Not a
monster truck?
Not a monster truck show. A huge computer expo. Supercomputer, and I'm telling you, the people downtown said, watch for increased traffic. It's a big deal.
Just any traffic would be nice.
Well, I think this week you're going to get it.
Well, good. Okay. You ever watch monster trucks? You ever seen one of those? My son had it on the other day. It is the stupidest thing. They just kind of go
Would you
over.
rather watch professional wrestling or monster truck?
Or wrestling over that. They just kind of go up a little bump, and then the truck rolls over, and the crowd goes crazy. Gabe. I don't get it. I'm missing something. And they'll go up and they'll try to launch themselves up in the air and then bounce down on the tires.
Are there judges giving out points for it?
I guess.
Nailed the landing?
Yeah.
So you're asking what is the exact
What's
competition?
The point? Yeah. If they try to get up on the back wheels or if they want to barrel roll it over, I don't know. And the fans are just going nuts over it.
You like a good demolition derby?
That's better than this.
Yeah, I
That's
kinda like
better.
that.
Used to be a big sport. That was on every weekend. Remember that? And you wanted to drive backwards so you didn't ruin your motor.
Well, if anybody can call in, we have Larry Nickel for pro wrestling along with Brody Herman. But if we have anybody out there in the monster truck community that could explain this, I wouldn't mind an explanation.
Yeah.
Warson Woods Wacko has a follow-up to your question, Martin. Where does the convention crowd go for food and drinks? To the old spaghetti factory? This is a serious question. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
I wouldn't know. A Ballpark Village, I guess. Where else would you go?
Mom's Deli, just going up 44.
But if you're from out of town, you don't want to venture too far away from the city, I wouldn't think. Or
Crown
from the
Candy.
downtown area.
Oh, yeah, Crown Candy.
And then whatever's on Wash Ave.
Yeah.
And then Auntie Anne's might be open over at Ballpark.
Standalone Auntie.
If you're not in St. Louis, congratulations.
Joe, why do you say that? That's terrible.
I bet they steer them towards Ballpark Village. Good morning. Several places for you to choose from.
I was thinking the Monday night football game tonight, Joe and Troy. I was thinking of Papers because you don't like the silver pants. It's Raiders Cowboys.
Silver britches.
Yeah, it's silver
Raiders
britches left and
Cowboys.
right.
What do we have going on?
Will they both be wearing silver britches?
Yeah, I'd imagine. Unless they're wearing one of those, like the rivals uniforms, the new Nike uniforms.
I bet they will.
I bet someone will
Cowboys
probably
will go with the white pant.
Maybe. I think they've done that before, going all white. I don't like when they wear those blue uniforms, like the blue tops. I think those look bad.
They don't wear them very often.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have time for it, but we have a monster truck expert on line one.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Jackson, you're in charge of the clock around
Push
these
back
parts.
the brake,
Whatever.
buddy. Push it back.
Jackson's defeated. Yes, sir. I assume.
How bold of you to assume.
Yes,
No.
yes.
Here we go. I have been a passionate Monster Jam fan since I was in preschool.
Hold on, are you checking out
31 years
groceries?
old.
Are you currently checking out somebody's groceries because you've got a lot of beeping going on?
No, I had to pull over. I'm a mail carrier. This thing
Yes, sir.
beeps for nothing. It's
Oh, okay.
beeping right now. I'm parked in the middle of a field.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, so Doug.
Yeah.
1,800 horsepower. 1,800 horsepower. 10 to 12,000 pounds. Jumping 50 feet in the air. Off of dirt ramps, backflips. You know, once upon a time, only motorcycles could do backflips. Now they got 12,000-pound monster trucks doing backflips. I don't know how you're not entertained by it.
Well, once you see it once, you go, okay, that's kind of cool. But then that's kind of the whole sport.
I don't know, man. I've been watching it, like I said, for 25 years. I think I was 5. I'm 3rd. I'll be 31 on the 27th. So 25, 26 years of going to Monster Jam. I take my kids to Monster Jam. I take my nephews. It's always a good time. Last year, my kid and my nephew were bickering, and I was like, "Hey, sit down and shut up! You're ruining my time."
Yeah,
Trying to watch the monster trucks.
Now, what's the actual competition? Like, how are they scoring points?
So the way they do it now is they have an easy-to-get-to app on your phone called Judges Zone. They used to have, like, professionals, like, judge it. Now the fans will judge it, and you score it from 1 to 10. And
how can you think, my man?
At the end of, so there's a racing portion, and then you got the freestyle. The freestyle is really the entertainment part. The racing is what it is, but the freestyle is where they're doing the backflips and jumping 50, 60 feet in the air. They used to crush cars, too. It was back in the day. It was a lot more fun. I'll give you that. Well, probably because I was I was a kid then. But when they were crushing the cars and buses, that was when it was at its peak.
Sounds like a monster Hoosier Fest to me.
Well, I'm not going to deny that it is a Hoosier Fest.
Is there any,
there you go.
Any lasses go to this thing?
What's that?
Any ladies at this thing?
No.
Moms, single moms, married moms. Not really many lookers though, from what I've seen.
Oh gosh!
I'm more concerned that you're backing over a poodle. The beeping is continuing.
I pulled over for this. I'm parked next to a mill. I'm in the middle of a cornfield. There's no cars coming. This thing.
All right, Jackson's
Thanks,
brother.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
No, he's
Thank
great,
you for your call.
This guy weighs 350 pounds, and that's his blood pressure monitor going off.
Oh, come on.
That's from Bobby Tejas. Buzz says the beeping is the Sibian telling him it's at weight capacity. Do Sibians have weight capacity?
I don't know.
He's a layered joker.
At least he explained to us how it works.
I really appreciate the call. The beeping made me insane, but I think the best part was the text that said, "Is this Joe Buck?" So what does it say about Joe's participation on this show that somebody and I was thinking at the beginning, I thought maybe it was the fact that it
calling in on the morning of Monday Night Football to talk monster trucks.
The fact that it was possible is what I love best.
Oh,
it was not, to the best of my knowledge, it was not Joe Buck. But there you go, Doug. You feel informed now on what goes on.
Right.
You got what you wanted. You can just ask for it. That's crowdsourced. That's the beauty of crowdsourcing.
1,800 horsepower.
And he didn't deny that it's a big Hoosier Fest.
Right. It would have to be, right?
God almighty, you can go back and podcast anything, including that, via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. That's Jason Gosrow's company, Schaefer Door Company, online at SCHAEFER door.com, and they set up a number specifically for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. That'll get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608 if your garage door breaks. Schaefer Door, CHI, overhead door dealer. Take a break. Come back with more TMA, 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Can I interest you in some Mizzou hoops? Well, don't worry, because tonight at 7, they play against the Prairie View A&M Panthers. That's a 7 p.m. tip-off. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Joshua. CMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne went to onboarding. And look at James Carlton. He's right in the studio.
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, James.
Well, good morning. I think I might have seen his one and only live performance, Joshua.
He had two, but in both cases, I had to. Doug, you like the verb goad? I had to goad him onto the stage because he had terrible stage fright. And I think if he didn't have that stage fright, he'd have a residency in Las Vegas.
He's a good singer.
Beautiful. Sidebar was the one I remember. Where was the other?
Then there's three, because there was one at Lumen, the event space downtown,
Okay, so maybe I've seen
and
him
then there
twice.
was one at Lumiere, which is now Four Seasons.
That was the Loaded Up night?
That was Loaded Up.
Okay.
That is
okay,
correct.
Gotcha. I was not there.
That was.
So
that was held accountable. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency is online at carltoninsurance.net. He is my insurance agent. And what did you say last week that's going on? Just started mid-November with regard to rates?
That's right.
This is big
That's
news
right.
here.
I did my. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. There it is. That's how it's done. I'm learning.
Let me tell you something here.
Not classically trained, but let me tell you something. My goodness, our auto rates ridiculous right now. If you have not shopped your insurance for a little while, it takes a couple clicks, a couple minutes, either carltoninsurance.net or 314-961-4800. I'm talking to you. Whoever's listening to this, I'm talking to you.
Why are rates going up so much?
Down.
Oh,
Pay
they're going
attention.
down? Are they
Pay
really?
attention. Down.
Yeah, James wouldn't be bragging about rates
Why had they gone up?
I don't know if I want to get in all the nuances, which is just a gut feeling as to why. But, State Farm has been the number one provider in auto insurance in America in the last 70 years, and I think they intend on keeping it that way. Mm-hmm. And there's a little bit of a dogfight going on, so that's why.
Oh, there you go. Competition wishing for an expedition. I'm straight up dissing and dismissing.
Okay,
was
that's
that Big
enough.
Daddy King?
I don't know who it was.
James, you and me both have been to more Missouri games, I think, than Jackson or Doug, I think, this year. I think
3 for me this year. South Carolina, Bama, and then Mississippi State.
I'm at 4. But we both chose to pass on Hale State and the Cowbells.
I did, yeah. I was just a little burnt out.
I was a little surprised.
I had the house to myself, and
there you go.
Found some other things to do on a Saturday.
That's Doug. You remember those days when you had the kids running around, you had the house to yourself, and you're just like, I get that. Yeah, it was a beautiful day. I wasn't going even whatever it was. I'm just kind of I've moved on. But the Drinkwitz situation, you and I were exchanging emails last week. You thought after listening to Tiger Talk that he was staying. Do you still feel that way 6 days later?
Yeah, I feel like I said on these airwaves a couple weeks ago, I thought he was gone. I mean, just the body language, there was no energy. It seemed like he had one foot out the door. And then he comes on Tiger Talk last Tuesday night, and he was revamped, all fired up. I felt like he was re-energized about the Missouri program. And then here we are a week later. I don't know. I mean, like Gabe said, if there's a lot of smoke, there could be a fire breaking out here. If I was in charge, I'd probably be leaning toward more of an ultimatum. Here's our best offer. The portal's opening up in a few weeks. There's a lot of openings. We need to start getting some candidates if that's the route we're going to end up going. So I would not love if I'm Moon Choi or Laird Veach the uncertainty right now, because that would really frustrate the heck out of me when they've given him everything he's wanted. Doug?
You want him to stay?
I absolutely want him to stay. Yeah. Drink, if you're listening, I want you to stay.
I think he streams. I think he's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat as maybe Lex Luthor. Who would have thought, Jackson, the guy who just sits in there and talks about the NBA and NFL the whole time, is actually Eli Drinkwitz.
But I think in like big businesses, if somebody's being recruited away, nobody knows about it. Like in this situation, it's such a public position that everybody knows about it. There's tons of speculation. Like, Doug's always trying to get poached by all these stations, but you guys just don't know about it.
Yeah.
Well, they got the buyout. They can't
the
afford the
buyout is
buyout.
what keeps Doug here. That's the main thing.
There is one school of thought thinking, well, he got us this far, and maybe he can't get us any farther because he hasn't really won any big games. Maybe the next guy can get Missouri over the hump. But the real thing is, you don't know what you're going to get with the next guy.
Absolutely not.
You
And
never
there's just
know.
not a lot of good supply out there right now with all these openings. That concerns me as well. And I think if he does stay, there's going to be great portal opportunity with all these other openings. So, it could just be a missed opportunity. But hey, listen, like you guys say, we can't decide what's important to him or what makes him tick. And if that's, going on to what he considers bigger and better things, then God bless. I just wouldn't want this to linger much longer, because the longer it lingers, the tougher spot Mizzou's going to be in from a portal standpoint and from a hiring standpoint.
If you asked me to bet on what I think is going to happen, I would not know any direction to go. I really wouldn't. Truly. No BS. I mean, oftentimes you and I will have conversations, sometimes on the air, sometimes off, and they won't necessarily be positions that are common, I guess. Certainly some of these have not involved sports, where I had a good read. On this one, I truly don't. I mean, if you said you absolutely have to bet, I would bet he's leaving. But it's not like I would bet it. That's what I'm saying. So, like, if you had to bet, James, where would you go?
I'd bet he's staying. If I had to bet, I bet he's staying. But I don't love it. I want to be like doubling down on it. It was interesting. You guys, I think it was Jackson on the QFTA back in the day, maybe in Drink's second or third year, I think you guys both agreed that I'm making up the year, in 2026, he's gone one way or the other. He's either going to get fired and it didn't work out, or he's got aspirations to move on to bigger.
I don't know about Jackson. I can't speak for anybody else in the show, but I know I absolutely thought that. Yes.
And so here we are.
Yeah.
And now you're not as, convicted that he would bounce. It seems like there is enough attraction to keep him here. I don't love the comment he made to who was on the broadcast, to Tom Hart. That's a little odd and a little offensive to these companies that are advertising.
Well, that was I don't know if you heard when Gabe was on an hour ago. He said, "Well, it's just not true. That's the core issue." I mean, that's the core issue. I think one of the things is it's not like anybody knows that he's got a job offer. I really do think Benjamin Hockman wrote a good column today in the Post-Dispatch about how these quote-unquote reports are really not reports in any capacity. I guess it's kind of obvious, but I like that he called attention to it. Who the hell knows? These things are done at a level of secrecy that the reality is people are reporting on what their sites are speculating on, and then they cite them as reports, but they're not really reports. So it just becomes speculation because it is what people are talking about. And so you got to feed that. But in reality, you have no idea. Like, did any of us, Doug, I mean, my God, how many coaching searches have you and I done shows over? Did any of us in 2020, after Barry Odom was let go, no, I guess it was 2019 when they hired Drinkwitz, know that the three finalists before it was reported, like years later, were Blake Anderson, Jeff Monken, and Skip Holtz? Was anybody even talking about that at the time? You go back just what would be 20 months ago, approximately 22 months ago, when Saban retired. You know who's listed? And I went back to do this because I was texting with a booster over the weekend. Who's listed as the finalists? Bill O'Brien, who's got one win over Fordham this year at Boston College, a lot of near misses, another one with Georgia Tech this past weekend. Mike Norvell, who could very well be out in Tallahassee, and a couple of names that, in addition to those, that you would go, I can't believe those guys were even considered for Alabama. And they probably weren't, but it becomes a prevent defense on the part of schools, and the agents are able to get these monster contract extensions and then greater buyouts, which then fuel more and more NIL money, and or more and more dollars donated from boosters because they want to make sure that the coach doesn't leave.
I get it.
It's quite an art. It's quite an art on the part of the agents, and it's quite an art on the part of the media.
It's frustrating just as a fan, but, it's like when you're dating, it's like, oh, can I respond via that text within the first 5 minutes, or does it make me look desperate? Or, is Pete Thamel going to leak out some story? There's this dance that goes on that drives me insane, and that's why if I was in a position of power, I don't have time for this. If we need to move on, we need to start getting our short list together. We need to start rallying boosters. We need to start, evaluating talent on the team, who's leaving, who's coming back. Because if we wake up, at the end of the season, I think it's too late. I mean, the portal opens 12-1.
But I would imagine they're doing all of that, and he's under contract, and it's not like he's breached the contract, so there's nothing that they can do. They can't give him an ultimatum.
Well, there's, I think, a 0% chance that this ends up where he's on that same contract.
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
100%.
So put your best offer in front and say, hey, I'd like to have this back on my desk by the end of the week. If not, thank you for all you've done for the university. Wish you the best.
But then he's still under contract.
That's true. So contract law is not my forte, but having lame duck, people in positions of power, that is something that I would not be on board with.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
That unfortunately, that's the nature of college sports. I mean, and so you ask donors. And I mean, you're involved in NIL, but I know that you're not the ones that they're
correct.
I've
not been reached out to.
But for one of the guys I was texting with over the weekend is one of those guys. And he goes, it's just the worst investment ever. And these guys don't get to a point where they have this money because they invest poorly.
Yes, correct.
There's zero return on investment unless you're just like, yeah, hell, I'm 70 and I want to see him make it to the college football playoff, so fine, I'll peel off another $1 million. I've got, God only knows how many millions, so losing this $1 million so we can get a quarterback, hell, I'll do it, or I'll do it to keep Drinkwitz out. It's just like, it's not like, okay, well, good, when I do that, then in 10 years I'll have $5 million because that's not the way.
So if guys like that and gals, if they're not antsy and they're letting this play out, then that's fine.
One person.
But a similar analogy, I was talking to a guy that he buys racehorses, and I straight asked him because he told me what he paid for these. I go, is there any ROI on that? He goes, zero. No, you do this as a passion,
Yeah.
Similar to what you're talking about with your friend.
Right. I mean,
right?
you get to a point where it just doesn't matter, which is, hey, God bless. It's like Drinkwitz. I totally believe what he said, what Tom Hart said. He goes, the money doesn't matter to me. What, are you going to get another $1 million?
Yeah.
And he's already made 50, and I'm sure plenty of that's been invested, and with the way the market's performed, God only knows. The guy's probably getting close to a 9-figure net worth. He's good. Another $2 million isn't going to do anything. He's the 11th highest paid coach in college football. It's about, if you get to a point going, okay, I want to make sure we can win a national championship. I'm only 42 years old, so I'm going to use this moment as leverage. I get it. The question is anybody actually making an offer to hire him? And on that, we don't know either. James, always enjoy the conversation. Shrimply Pibbles wants you to know, I don't understand how James is so handsome and yet so ethical. Business schools will be writing curricula. Doug, not curricula.
I don't like that word, no.
That's the plural for the Latin. On his prestige for years to come, Wifey says thanks for savings and customer service.
All right. You're welcome, Wifey.
Yeah. Have you met Wifey?
I have not. I've met Shrimply plenty of times. He's a great guy, yeah.
I think Iggy was skeptical that was really Wifey, if I'm not mistaken. Or maybe that was a Swing Haven board member. I can't keep track.
Well, Shrimply's a handsome guy. I believe it. But before I leave, Doug, is he staying or going? Yes or no?
$1,000. You got to put it on the table. We're collecting right now.
I'll say he is staying.
All right. Doug and I are on the same page. Well, have a great morning, everyone.
There
Go
he
Tigers.
is, the great James Carlton,
thanks, James.
who's getting Wifey picks now from Shrimply Pibbles. We'll take a break. Come back with more TMA. Great to have another new sponsor here on the Morning After, and it's always great when the sponsors are also listeners of the show, and that's what we have here with Atlas Vehicle Pro. Has your car's warranty expired, or is it about to expire? When cars break, it is always a surprise. Fixing cars is not something most people can do in their backyard anymore. Dealership labor rates average nearly $200 an hour. The average repair costs over $1,500, while major repairs can run $3,000 to $5,000. With Atlas coverage, you simply hand over your ID card, not a blank check. Atlas is your roadmap to vehicle protection. Learn more at atlasvehiclepro.com. 314-720-5990 is the number to call. 314-720-5990. When you call, let them know you're a TMA listener, and you get $400 off your quote. Learn more at atlasvehiclepro.com or call them at 314-720-5990. Let them know you're a TMA listener and get $400 off your quote. You like this, Doug?
Yeah, sure.
This might be up your alley. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Chris Kerber and Gabe DeArmond with us earlier in the program. You can always podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast app. We're staring down the barrel of quite a little situation here with the Blues. I was wondering, I was texting with the Nonling over the weekend. He thought today might be a Doug Armstrong day, but they're on the road, so I don't know on that.
Yeah, probably wouldn't do it on the road.
They're heading to Toronto. Pregame 5 p.m., puck drop 6 p.m. here on 101 ESPN tomorrow. Jim Montgomery was asked after the game, Jackie Papers, what else can the coaching staff do? Here's what he said.
All I know in life is you just work. And you work and you watch film and you talk to your staff, you talk to your managers, you talk to your leaders, and you keep working together and you come up with solutions. We might need to change the way we play in certain areas, you know. We tried redefining and making sure that our habits and details are really good. And after a while, definition of insanity is trying to keep doing the same thing and not getting good results. So we might need to try different things.
Okay. Braden Shen asked if the results match the effort. Here is the Blues captain.
Hit the lever pail.
Well, it's hard to say where we are in the standings to say that. It's funny. It's guys care. Guys show up like they're going to work hard, and right now we're not getting results, and you know, obviously confidence is shaken, and at the end of the day, we have to find a way to grind through it as a team. And you know, I don't, you know, believe at all that we don't come to the rink not to work hard. You know, I just think we're off in a lot of areas, which probably makes us look slower or not as connected as we need to be.
Bar down.
Well, it sounds like nobody's got any answers at the moment. The only possible answer is that they got a collection of players that just aren't good enough. And there's not much you can do about that at this point.
Who are the real St. Louis Blues? The ones in the final 2 months and change after Four Nations, or the one we've seen here for this month? Because there isn't that much of a difference when you look at the rosters. Don't get me wrong. I know you said Foxa had sandpaper in his game.
He did, yeah.
Nick Leddy, Zach Bolduc, and then they've been without Jake Neighbors. So how much does that matter?
Yeah, and most of those guys were offensive-type players. It's the defense that's been so bad. I guess that's where you would start to try to beef up, because the defense is the worst in the league right now.
You know, and it's one of those things, and I don't know if it was a coping mechanism because, you know, the morning after it happened, the loss to the Jets, while I was despondent, in part because my television was destroyed by a chapstick capsule. Plenty of fans that morning after the 1.6 debacle in Winnipeg, like, that sucks, but they're so good, and now I'm excited for next year. That was, and I was like, man, okay, but who's to say Robert Thomas won't get hurt and won't be available, or Binnington won't get hurt, won't be available? You just don't know. When you have the moment, you seize the opportunity. But if that helps you put your pillow, you know, head on the pillow, then God bless. I'm not going to tell you not to believe, but crap, that's not the way my mind works. But I sure as hell did not see this. I mean, I sure as hell did not see this. This is something else. And it's another thing when you're losing. But, yeah, they picked up a point on Friday night, but it's 3-1, and then it's 3-3. And it's 5-3, and then it's 5-5, and then you lose in the shootout. And then the thing on Saturday, it's like every time you think there's a low point, there's another low point. And when you have guys saying what they were saying following the game on Saturday, and the Falk one being the most damning of them all, it's almost like they're trying to say something without being the one to say it. But I don't know what they're trying to say. Like, we've got a guy who's a problem. We've got some guys who are a problem. Or we're not happy with this. But at the same time, it's the same group of players who have led to 3 different coaches in the last 3 years. So, 2 years. So, I don't know. I cannot figure it out. I really cannot figure it out.
Yeah, well, Armstrong and Montgomery can't figure it out either, or they do something about it. The problem is so clearly the defensive issues, because even when they get a lead late in the game, you're thinking, oh, no, it's not safe. We got a 2-goal lead. We got a 1-goal lead. They just pulled their goalie. Uh-oh, what's going to happen now? I mean, you just can't trust the defensive system at all.
The offense is asked to check the shots on goal stats from Saturday's game. They had one stretch of 18 or so minutes without one. Awful.
Yeah.
Sharon and Clayton, actually, Sharon, you're right, but it was just 19 minutes. And Jeremy Rutherford referenced that in his column. Good for Jeremy Rutherford. That's a column that might be met with some resistance, whether it be from Doug Armstrong or Jim Montgomery or maybe some players. But he'll be out there today, their skate, and that was a hell of a column. I recommend people check it out on The Athletic. We welcome you to email in. We're giving away tickets for the Blues and the Bruins in December as the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Doug, can you tell us about Design Air?
I can. Design Air is the company that you call when you have any kind of problem at all with your furnace or your air conditioner, or maybe you don't have a problem. You just want them to come out for routine maintenance. That's the way to go, really. And then you won't hopefully have any big problem down the road. HVAC is a complicated area, but Seth Goldcamp has put together a fabulous team of technicians. Oh, guys like Larry the Silver Fox and the rugged Joe, the dashing Steve, the bold and daring Adam. You don't know who you might get, but they are definitely home of the handsome repairman. More importantly, they're the home of great repairmen. This company has been in business since 1904, serving St. Louis, keeping homes warm in the winter and cool in the summer. They'll do that for you, too. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need, so whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or the summer heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
Don't bother texting in. They only read the same 5 people. Oh, some Pele Blanco.
Oh.
Go to hell.
Oh.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and win Blues tickets for your effort today for the prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which is coming up to TMA 101 ESPN.
That's right.
There you go, Doug.
What do you suppose the percentage chances are of the Blues winning the Stanley Cup this year?
Money puck. We hit money puck for you.
Okay.
Jackson's going to handle that while I tell you about Dr. Brandon Pryor and 100 West Dental, who built brand new offices on Manchester and Baldwin, and you can book online. One of the very few dental offices that offer virtual consultations with the doctor. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar at 100westdental.com for availability and book right then and there. No dental insurance? No problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. And if you are interested in Invisalign, give them my name and you get $1,000 off Invisalign. If you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that will show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. 100westdental.com. Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett.
All right, I got some numbers for you.
Okay.
Money puck. The chances that the Blues will make the playoff. Doug, you want to take a venture a guess?
Is it a percentage?
It's a percentage, yes.
Win the cup or playoffs?
Playoffs. To make the playoffs.
10%.
I would go, God, I feel like I might be high on this. I'll say 4%.
Kurt, have you seen these numbers?
I'm looking at it now.
Okay, so he's recusing himself because he's an honorable gentleman. 2.8%.
God, I was going to say 2. I was going to say 2.
Now, to win the cup.
Cup. You want a percentage again?
Uh-huh.
I'll say 0.5%.
Okay.
I think Doug's probably, I'm going to go 0.25.
So this, again, I want to say this is money puck. Money puck has it at a 0% chance that they win the cup.
Sweet mother of mercy. What are we doing out here?
To make the final.
Let's turn our attention to the Battlehawks.
Yeah, to make the final, they have 0.1% chance, but to win it,
interesting.
0.
Flat 0.
It's 0.
And they have the lowest percent chance to even make the playoffs of all the teams in the league.
Including the Flames, our friends the Flames?
Flames are at 6.5% chance
Flames
to
are
make
doubling
the
up our
playoffs.
numbers.
Probably because they're in the toughest division.
Now, to get the first overall pick,
Now we're talking.
12.3%, the highest
Here
of
we
any
go.
team.
Here we go.
There you go.
in the NHL. So,
And Jackson, who's the consensus number 1 pick going to be?
for ice hockey?
Ice hockey, yeah.
Wayne Gretzky have any grandkids?
Yeah. God. I don't know one
could not
single
name
soul
one, yeah.
who does not play in the NHL that also plays hockey. Like, if they don't play in the NHL right now, I don't know them.
And some, if they do play in the NHL.
Most.
Yeah.
Most.
Well, that's true of a lot of fans. Though.
Sure.
It's pretty hard to cover junior A hockey or Triple A hockey or wherever it is in Canada. Canadian junior leagues.
Right.
You're not really expected to know that through and through.
What percentage do you think Missouri has at playoffstatus.com to make the college football playoff?
Oh. That's probably
0.01.
I think we're down into the zeros again.
That's correct.
Yeah.
0.
ESPN does not have them listed, even though Tom Hart brought it up on the broadcast as being possible. Illinois is also at 0 per this site. ESPN also, the lowest percentage that they give, and then don't go any lower, is Pitt at 3%. But Pitt controls its own destiny. But
don't
they have to win everything. They have to win 3 games.
Yeah.
2 regular season ACC championship. Michigan at 8% after escaping at Wrigley Field against Northwestern with a field goal. Vanderbilt at 10%. Diego Pavia will not be happy about that. Miami is at 11%. How about that? USC at 18%. That strikes me as a little low.
I guess they have a path.
They absolutely have a path.
Yeah.
You could have I'm telling you, but then people, wound up working out. Well, it wound up working out if your team got in, but I don't know how you don't have chaos with the 2 lost teams coming up here in a couple of
eye test
in a couple of weeks. Oh yeah, that's right, the eye test. That's how you bail out.
Yeah.
But Brett Bielema is making a case. He quote tweeted Robert Rosenthal, who his Twitter bio says, one of the 17 Illini fans who cares more about football than basketball. Because of that, everyone thinks I hate basketball. He's the publisher of IlliniBoard.com. And he has 6 teams with 3 losses and trying to see which one would be the one to get in. And the 6 teams with 3 losses he lists, of course, Illinois, Texas, Washington, Tennessee, Missouri, and Arizona State. Brett Bielema, quote, tweeted that and said, I would keep Iowa on as they can play ball with anyone. Common sense and actual numbers usually bring clarity to these moments. As USC keeps winning, that helps us even more. So we will just keep grinding in November. That is Brett Bielema. Illinois, for the record, should win their next 2 games. They play Wisconsin and then at home against Northwestern. So that means they would finish at 9-3. Their best win is USC. So they certainly want USC to continue to win. I would be really surprised if a 3-loss gets an at-large. I guess it's possible,
likely.
but I don't know. I mean, the one that irritated me more than any was Texas. And I feel like that's got to be done. But when ESPN is the machine and they would keep talking about it, I go, what in the hell are you watching?
Yeah, they would have been truly buried if A&M would have lost to Carolina, because then if they were to somehow beat A&M...
Doesn't look like...
It's not like you're beating the juggernaut of the SEC, but even then, I still don't see a world in which they get in.
No, I mean...
If so,
I get
you
it if
don't
you just
live in that
glance at
world.
records, you go, they have 2 losses, and one's at Ohio State, and who's the other one against? Florida. Well, Florida. I mean, God, but whatever. But then, I mean, if you're watching them every week, the hell did they do that made it so impressive?
No.
I have no idea.
Yeah. They got like one good-looking win against Vandy, and everyone was like, see, this is what we've been waiting for with
it's like
Texas the whole time.
bias.
It's like, oh, God. All right.
Yeah. I don't get it.
Well,
So
if
I
there's
would
anyone
imagine
who could account for all that, it'd be Mark Milton.
I agree with you on
who
that.
is a top accountant out
I
there
agree with that.
in this city or any other city for that matter. Maybe you've got years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night. You could be facing IRS criminal investigation. This is serious legal trouble that you could be in. That's why you need Mark Milton on your side against the godforsaken tax man. Mark Milton and STL TaxLawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. You don't have to be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups. You hear about it on TV and radio. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. And now he is right here in St. Louis helping individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. Any kind of IRS issue at all, you contact Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, I am not guilty, I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Take a break, come back with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Historic founded company in St. Louis way back then, 1890, same street the company is headquartered on today. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Off day for the Blues today. Back in action tomorrow evening right here on 101 ESPN as they take on the Toronto Maple Leafs. Pre-game at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
CMA 101 ESPN. Doug, we're getting ready for this design, air, heating, and cooling email today.
I'm prepping.
But first, I want to tell you that if men have not been feeling normally as of late, have you or your family seen a change in you, not quite yourself anymore, Mentality can help you out. If you're struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love, it could be you're getting older, or work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits, and you never got the memo. Well, that's where Mentality can help. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com. Get tested. I got tested. Super easy. In and out within 20 minutes. It's Mentality. Visit mentalityhealth.com. 101 ESPN with your shot to score a pair of tickets to see the Blues take on the Bruins on December 9th at Enterprise Center. The first 10,000 people will receive a quilted quarter zip featuring the Blue Note on the front and the new logo on the back, courtesy of Pepsi Zero Sugar. You can also find a bonus chance to win free tickets to the game at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Tickets for the game are on sale now at stlouisblues.com/promotions. We're giving away 2 tickets right here and right now for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Oh, drinky, drinky, oh, drinky, drinky, with your turned up pinky.
We're off to a rough start. Who is this schlepper?
Brandt.
Is that the end of the email?
No.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, drinky, drinky, oh, drinky, drinky, with your turned up pinky. You're leaving for the Nittany. But why drink? You didn't get any? Love from all the 500 fortunes who didn't pay their appropriate portions. Yet their signage and ad cash make you sound like a jackass. So let the excuse train leave the station. A quick press conference for old Mizzou Nation. M-I-Z-Z-O, no. So long, drinky. You can go. Our true sons will sleep better when you don your Navy sweater. Doug, that's from Brandt.
My goodness. I didn't really need to hear the end of it, I guess.
Sometimes you just give them a rope and let them hang themselves.
Yeah. Brandt. He's new.
Well, boys, we made it through the weekend. Tim, thanks for bringing home a loser on Friday, but you don't care. All you care about is how your fantasy team did, or you sniffed out the 7-deuce bluff. Just pathetic.
He's really blistering you right now.
You're next.
This is what happens when you don't read them in advance. Doug over there trying to be hall monitor of Section 244, body shaming the Mizzou Fats for having piercings and indulging in a little natural herb session. Sorry you got picked last in kickball, Doug, but nobody cares about you.
Ouch.
Jackson and Lot L. Showing the Frontenac lot lizards how to play pull my tiger through my khakis game. Then have the audacity to try and make Sweet Sweet Kai and his wife to partake in a game he likes to call I'm grower, not a shrower.
Airball.
Gosh. Who is this guy? Hey, we got to pick a winner from this group.
Kevin. Chairman is the real man of genius in the trenches getting good takes. Traveling through the night. It's a thankless job. I compared Chairman to my wife's nightstand toy. That's the real MVP. Happy Monday, boys. Love the show. Not
Kevin?
you, Doug. You'll forever suck.
And this was Kevin?
Yeah, Kevin.
Kevin! He's new.
Sometimes, our morning, boys. Sometimes the best medicine is tough love. The Blues need access to the TMA text line and YouTube chat so they can see what the real fans think. Mm-hmm. Nothing gets you to pet the cat the wrong way and light a fire like reading it. Harrison's brother Master thinks Kyrou should have been traded 3 years ago and is useless. Or Steven Time calling out Booch for being a bum and a cancer. After the inevitable 9-game winning streak that would follow, papers could set up a text line for the Blues so whenever they feel low, they can read some uplifting notes from the Fats of Cottleville and Jeffco. That's all I got. Till tomorrow. It's from the Heiser House Hooligan.
Heiser House Hooligan.
Lot L anxiously awaited his approach. Spots with a higher propensity of access were claimed early in the day. 3 hours before kickoff, in walked Jackie with that tall drink of water Mark and Kai in his boy juice shirt. A hush fell over the crowd as he put his hand on his hip and scanned his realm, his due time T-shirt visible under his Thriller jacket. You wore a Thriller jacket on?
Yeah, I wore a Thriller jacket.
A bold choice on an 80-degree November day, but he wasn't there to be modest. He was movie boy and ready to claim what he had rightfully earned. He wore Hey Dudes, the Gen Z equivalent of Crocs on sport mode. He sauntered through the crowd with a boombox on his shoulder, blaring Mouth by Merrill Bainbridge. Double tap finger points all around. We all immediately knew that Mizzou was a lock and profits could be made if it wasn't for those pesky video poker machines. It's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of beeping that can't be heard by monster truck fans.
Shooter McGavin.
A couple housekeeping items. Real talk. KG is a fan of the team he covers on a show he works for in the city he lives in. That's not fanboy behavior. That's just employment. Henshin, on the other hand, lives in an entirely different state, writes for a local paper about competitive high school cup stacking in that different state, and still chooses to fixate on a hyper-local St. Louis radio show that interviews St. Louis athletes, covers St. Louis teams, and panders to St. Louis suburban dads who still think Linehan is calling plays. KG being invested in his own market makes sense. Henshin being invested in someone else's market feels like he is running a digital long-distance relationship with a morning drive show whose host has tried escaping St. Louis under the cover of darkness like 8 different times. It's the equivalent of secretly emailing a corporate sales team asking for a free mattress sponsorship while bragging about sleeping on a trade deal king-size Tempur-Pedic wrapped in Vera Wang blankets. KG is close to the sun. The other guy is writing Yelp reviews of the sun from 900 miles away. By the way, I spent the weekend at a hotel in O'Fallon, Missouri, and uncovered a truth Ledoux has spent decades trying to bury. The entire Licks family was there. Yes, that Licks family. The one that claims they are self-made, hand-selected by fate, and spiritually linked to the old Warson gate codes. And yet there they were, gathered at the O'Fallon jury pool like it was a family reunion. Nothing says aristocracy like a man waist-deep in cloudy pool water wearing a soaked Cotton Izod shirt that is hanging on to his Rodericks for dear life. Anyways, Doug comes from Marty Horowitz, neon banana influencer.
Oh, gosh. Marty Horowitz.
And finally, Sadie Hawkins, Doug, the Blues are ass, and this is increasingly looking like a lost season, but we're going to keep talking about them as long as the checks keep clearing on these sponsored segments. Mizzou won a meaningless game against a bad team, which ensured Mr. Licks lost his bet that he conceded a month ago. Libby Jack took his winnings down to Columbia and enjoyed the more popular MMMF with his friend Mark Sweet Sweet Kai and Sweet Sweet Kai's wife. But I think the lead is that Chairman Kurt is a media member, man, who watched the game from the press box and then waited outside the locker room like Mr. Miyagi holding Daniel's towel to the chagrin of a legit journo from Indianapolis who moonlights as an ASMR boy. Henshin taking fire today. Ours is the type of presentation where a gentleman Hoosier driving a mail truck that won't stop beeping, who may or may not be Joe Buck, feels free to drop in at any time and offer a rigorous defense of the Hoosier Fest that is Monster Jam at our windowless morgue of a football stadium. But beep, 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 his defense just ended up proving the prosecution's case. He straight up beep, 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 admitted it was a Hoosier Fest. And when asked if there were any females, replied, moms, single moms, married moms, not really many lookers though. Give me your effing feet! That's from Buck Swope, DBA The Recess Ladies Breast. Doug, what you got?
I'm going to vote Shooter McGavin.
I'm going Buck Swope.
I like McGavin.
I go with McGavin as well. Shooter McGavin is one. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We got to go by E.